1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, hello.
Hello.
We're ready. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna. They started the game.
They started, yes. Yes. Hello and welcome, and 4 rounds left at the UzChess Cup. The Masters has a new face riding at the top, and that is Grandmaster Shamsuddin Vokhidov, who is currently riding a 3-game win streak. Now, can he keep his run? That's the question for today. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with FIDE Master Shaksot Vakhidov. How are you doing? Yesterday was so dramatic.
I'm doing well, Jovanka. And yeah, yesterday it was a crazy game. Not just one, not just two. There were 3 games. Because I will add Vidit's game. Although that was a draw, that was one of the interesting results that happened. The wild game.
Yeah.
And by the way, good afternoon, everyone. This is 3 p.m. Tashkent time, local. So, and the round 6 just started. And when we look at the standings, yes, you just mentioned Shamsuddin Vokhidov going with a hat trick and having 3.5 out of 5 rounds, with Ergaisi, Abdusattorov, Uzbek, and Madaminov following with 3 points.
Yes, a half point in it, not that much. The field is still very much wide open. And it's all about how you finish, as they say, rather than how you start. It's also really good, actually, in the challenges, because there we also have a runaway leader, 4.5 points out of 5. It is Mohamed Muradli. And in the futures, someone perhaps you know so very well is also running away with the tournament, 4.5 out of 5 for a youngster.
We have a new youngster, that's Bekmuradov Humayun, who is leading with 4.5 points out of 5, with 1 point distance compared to the second player. And here is one interesting thing. When you look at his games, it is, I would call, not the smoothest, not the steadiest one. Because when you look at the round 1, he just came back from the amazing dynamic game. When you look at the engine, by the engine standard, he was losing by 3 points. But at the end, he came back in the dynamics and followed that by
a new youngster is in town, so that is definitely a name to mention. But it's round 6, and let's take a look at the pairings as the games are about to begin. And we have some big matchups. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi as he plays white against Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun, part of the pack chasing down Shamsuddin Vokhidov. We also have big match between Hans Niemann and Uzbek Abdusattorov. The last time they played was grandmasters, but in Tata Steels, it was fire on the board. And we also have Shamsuddin Vokhidov there at the bottom, playing off someone that he knows very, very well, Nurbek Yakubov. And there's a lot of respect I've noticed for Nurbek Yakubov amongst the Uzbek community.
Yeah, interestingly, the game between Vokhidov Shamsuddin and Yakubov Nurbek is popular, I would say. Why? Because they are in the same age category. When they played, when they were young, when they played under 10, under 12, under 14, they faced off each other almost every single time in Uzbekistan Championship.
Okay, so they're all-time rivals. Very familiar with their styles, but the action has started. The games have kicked off. So let's dive into the action. Let's bring up the multi-board viewer and see how the players have come to the board today. And we are already seeing top left between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi that there is a queen out there on f4.
Whoa.
Very unconventional things happening in that particular board. Very interesting. We'll dive into that one. And between Hans Niemann, this is the top middle, and Nurbek Abdusattorov. Well, there is no Petrov on the board. That was the game I was referring to between them in Tata Steels Masters, but instead we have a Moscow variation where white is being very subtle with the bishop going to b5 to d3, Maybe he might even find a home on c2, and it's going to be all about that central pawn break. And between Mukhidin and Madaminov, Mukhidin yesterday won his game. Very tense game against Shakhriar Mamedyarov. Well, can he go back to his winning ways as he plays white against Vidit? Vidit yesterday escaping with a miraculous draw.
If you look at the bottom left board, we can see Nicolas Theodorou playing against Shakhriar Mamedyarov. And what is on the board? We have Queen's Gambit accepted. And the pawns are Nicolas taking on d4 and e4. Interestingly, he just played Queen's Gambit accepted yesterday and against Nodirbek Yakuboyev, where he manages a draw, of course. But, of course, we have seen how much he's prepared in those kind of openings.
Yes. Okay, so this one is going to be very nice. And then the bottom right, we see that Shamsuddin Vokhidov might be the tournament leader, but his opponent is not here.
Yeah.
And we can see the empty chair there on the camera. So, well, we are awaiting the arrival of Nodirbek Yakuboyev, maybe stuck in traffic.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yes.
Yeah.
I do think he's not living in a hotel. He's living and commuting from his house in Tashkent.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why we see him not present at the moment, but hopefully he will be back, or he will be joining to his game and showing his masterclass very soon.
Okay, so I'm going to throw the option to you, Shakhsot. Which one of these games catches your eye?
So let's have a look. Yes, let's have a look to the Jan's game against Arjun, because how the queen end up on f4? What is going on there?
Yeah, exactly. How did it end up there? From what opening did it come from? And at first sight, I thought this was a Sicilian, but I'm not sure it was a Sicilian.
All right.
I think it might have been a Caro-Kann.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. And guess what? You're right. Because e4, c6, d4, and d5. We do see Caro-Kann on the board. After e5, we have seen c5, knight f3, t takes d4, queen takes d4. And that's where knight c6 happened, and Jan Nepomniachtchi went for queen to f4. The main line here in this opening, in this theory of knight to c6. Arjun responded with pawn g6, and we have seen knight c3, the normal development of the board, which is, I think, a theory, because it immediately faces off knight attack by pawn d4. And we do see d4 on the board. So far, I can tell you, Arjun is not taking even a little bit of time to think. Not even a minute. He is sure on his theory. He is sure that he is heading to the right direction. Yeah. To the control game, which he's familiar with.
Yes. And it's very interesting because Arjun actually opened with this particular variation in the Caro in the first round game. That was against Shamsuddin Vokhidov. That game finished in a draw, although I would say that Arjun was very happy with how the opening developed. And here I have my opening database in front of me, and I can tell you there's a few moves that have been tried. The first move that springs to mind is throwing in the old scholar's matrix, bishop to c4.
Wow.
Yeah. It is a piece sacrifice, but I don't think anyone is going to be taking.
Yes. Okay, let's show it, maybe.
Are we going to see that? Actually, we're going to see it on the board as it makes an appearance. Yes, it was also possible to play for white knight to b5, try to round up the pawn on d4, but bishop c4 is the move of choice. So...
Okay, let's show to the viewers why taking knight would be so bad. And of course, before we even finish talking, Arjun will be like, hey, come on,
Yeah, this is all preparation by Arjun. Arjun knows exactly what to do. But let's definitely highlight the danger. So instead of going bishop to f5, let's take that knight, and you find the evaluation bar goes up. And
taking with a bishop first.
Yes, and you're not going to survive too long in the opening if you have to walk the king out to the middle of the board.
Exactly.
And you follow the checks. The king steps up to d7, and
look at that. Pawn e6, the finish of the game, pawn checkmates.
And this is where you think, well, why did I play chess? No, you don't think that. You don't allow your king to get into trouble. So bishop to f5, a nice safety move needed to be done. You needed to develop the bishop, and you also don't want to be locking in the bishop. So very interesting ideas here that you can play as white. You can move the knight, you can go to b5, you can go to e2, you can even I've seen two games in my database where white has gone e6.
E6, wow.
Wow. So which one of these kind of feels the most natural to you, Shaksot?
I'm going to point out one thing. I'm looking at Nepo on the camera, and his eyes are usually on the right side. He's looking to the right. That's where you kind of trying to access, and the right on the top as well.
Yeah.
Trying to access your memory. He's searching in his memory. What was his preparation? How the line leads to, and answer to your question is it's probably either knight b5 or knight e2, but I'm leaning to probably more of knight e2, more steady one.
More steady. Well, for Jan,
maybe knight b5. He's creative.
He is a very creative player, but let's kind of set the scene, because in terms of the tournament, he's not had a great start. He lost to Madaminov in the first round. Yesterday, he lost to Vokhidov, and it's been a tournament of almost missed opportunities.
Yes.
Like he beat Vidit, but even then, that was a little bit scrappy, and he finds himself on 2 points, and either he wants to stabilize, or now is a time where he feels, actually, I'm a wounded lion, I want to strike out. So I think that's going to determine this next move. But let's have a look at what the response is if you go knight to e2 or knight to b5.
So knight to e2, I think the most common move is to respond with bishop to h6. We have to point out, and knight e2 is on the board. Yes, he goes for it. So bishop h6, the most natural sequence that unfolds. But here is the thing. I don't think black is going for the trade of the bishops. He's just getting the queen out, where you have two choices, queen h4 or queen g3. I say queen g3 would be more steady and natural one. And you're dropping a pawn for a while.
Okay.
And Nepo is okay with that, because from here on, what you need to do with white is just hold the steadiness, do the castle, you are ahead in the development, and for this pawn, you can hit it with queen h4. Hitting bishop and a pawn at the same time, in case of bishop takes, rook takes comes in a most forced way.
And because I'm greedy, Shaksot, can we just investigate what happens after d3?
d3, yeah.
Yeah, let's go full throttle, and okay, see the valuation bar start to increase. And can you go all the way down?
d2?
Yes. Can one get away with such type of chess?
This looks beautiful, actually. This looks interesting. Because let's see how things can unfold, because bishop can trade it off.
Yeah.
Takes, and look at that. Even white is fine here to lose a rook to get that bishop. Wow. White will be down a material, down an exchange.
Yes.
But because the problem with the king and lack of development, that would be, I would say, even overcompensating, getting the momentum, doing things sharper.
Yeah, definitely. I love this plan of just giving up the rook, because there is a pin on the board. You are going to win the bishop on d2. And as you mentioned, it's not going to be very easy for black to develop the king. Also, this bishop on c4, sniper, hitting at f7. A knight is going to back it up with knight to g5. And yeah, I don't think anyone should be going into this particular variation, however tempting it is. But we see bishop to h6 on the board, some hesitation from Jan, and we have seen Jan play super quickly, and he's not been quick now with the decision to where to go with the queen. So you can go queen g3, you can go queen h4. Queen g3 was very natural for us.
Yeah. Queen h4 is decent as well, because you'll be keeping the eye on d4, with the queen as well. And hitting the bishop almost immediately, forcing that bishop c1 sequence. Although you're leaving the king off for some check dangers. Yeah.
But I guess queen h4 has the advantage as well. It immediately forces black to trade off the bishops. But swings and roundabouts, as we say in the UK, because yes, the bishop come off the board, but the queen on h4 allows moves such as, I'm thinking...
Yeah, you left e5 pawn unprotected,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of knight e5 or queen a5 check at knight e5.
Okay, yeah, knight e5 is a very nice tactical idea. No, black hasn't given away the knight. The whole point is that the queen will come out to a5. Give a check. and a very nice motif there. So yeah, I think I prefer queen to g3, just keeping an eye on the e5 pawn and saying, hey, let's give up material and allow black to take on c2, but then accelerate the play, be super quick with
Just
developing.
castle.
Yeah.
All right, all right. So I think, on this position, Jan is thinking, I mean, he's probably, or, I mean, is he trying to remember still theory? Or is he trying to calculate and figure out what lines lead to? Because he's already putting his, I would say, mental effort,
Yeah.
It's not just memory anymore.
Yes. No, I mean, definitely he's working out which is going to be the most practical. Arjun is such an active player. Does he want to go into Arjun's preparation? Look at that boss mode,
exactly.
twirling in the chair. He's like, I'm saying to Jan, I know everything and anything about this position. So come on, make your choice. But an interesting game, Shakhsot, and it's definitely the kind of fireworks that we like to see. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because I am seeing a lot of moves being played between Shamsuddin Vokhidov against Nuribek Yakubov. And guys, I have bad
we have
news.
the moves?
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
You might need to refresh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do have the moves.
It's a little bit of bad news, because I'm not seeing the most exciting. Okay, you can't quite see it on our multi-board, so maybe we'll dive in and show
let's
exactly
dive into the
what
game,
is happening, and it looks as level as it gets.
Yes.
And so I'm thinking that these guys, as you referred to earlier, childhood rivals, same age, they know each other very well.
Yes.
Do they work together at all? Do the Uzbek players share ideas? Are there training camps?
As far as I know, back in 2022, yes, they all worked together. Yes. But lately, I'm not sure who is training with whom, how, yeah. Because let's say you have the main trainer or main coach, but besides that, you have seconds,
Yeah.
So those seconds are sometimes not obvious to the eyes, you're not aware unless the person shows the results and introduces that person. Yeah. So that's why it's not very common, like if they're working together or not.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, it's interesting, because I know in the Olympiad they were working together, 2022.
Yes.
They were famously captained by Ivan Sokolov, who banned them from going to the Bermuda party.
Oh, wow.
And they were very unhappy. They were saying, come on, it's our chance of fun. And Sokolov said, no. You're here to play chess, folks, and on you go. And I think in 2024, it was a different captain.
Yes, it was Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik was there. And this is the position that we have on our screens on the board. And it's as level as it gets, folks. There's one open line on the E line, and I'm looking at the database, and I'm seeing there's a big percentage of draws. And
big percentage. I mean, this came from, I guess, typical Berlin.
Yeah.
Okay, let's recap. Let's have a look what just happened. We have the common e45, knight e0, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6. No Spanish. It is Berlin, castle, knight e4, rook e1, knight to d6, knight to e5. Very popular and common one. Bishop e7, bishop f1. Knight takes, rook takes, castle, d4, bishop f6, pawn structure remains the same, pieces are trading off the board. Bishop to f4, rook e1, queen takes e1, knight to e8, making a room for the bishop to develop through pawn to d5. And we do see that in the next move, pawn c3, pawn d5, bishop d3, g6, knight d2, knight g7, so that the next move, bishop f5 can come, and there is no double pawns, because the knight will be taking it back. G pawn remains where it is.
Yes. And if I just wanted to rewind a few more moves before to the decision where white went c3.
C3.
Because
okay,
if white were feeling aggressive, you could actually gambit the pawn and go knight c3.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can
and the whole reasoning is that actually the knight on e8 the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8. Those doesn't make a good impression. But as it stands with the pawn on c3, yeah, this is a completely different line. And if white were feeling ambitious, what is happening here?
I guess
they're just repeating. Let's actually just catch up with the players.
No, they just traded off the piece. Knight going to f3. There will be a lot more liquidation to happen, I would say, because knight e5 is, very soon about to happen.
Well, they can't offer a draw.
Until move 30,
Until move 30. Okay, I saw something being said. Maybe it was Jadub. Maybe I mistook that for. But
oh yeah, I just looked at your, database.
Yeah.
And all of them is a draw, right? All of them.
Like
100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 sides to this, so maybe nope, a draw.
100% draw.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. I think 9 to g7, there's like a 99% draw rate.
99% draw.
Yeah.
What's that 1%?
So someone blundered somewhere. But, okay, as we can see here, the pawn structure is virtually symmetrical. Just one open E line, which white controls. Because of that, I would give white a very small edge. But as soon as that's neutralized, like I'm expecting the knight to drop back to g7, it can then go to
Queen
e6.
D7.
Yeah.
Rook
And then
E8.
rook e8, we're going to see mass trades. And the players are indicating that they are happy. Well, Shamsuddin is happy with a draw.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Norderbeck is playing with black, so he's also quite satisfied with the result.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But for Shamsuddin, unfortunately, it's going to be the end of his winning streak.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He was going with a hat trick. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already had the hat trick, and I googled this morning, like, what is going to be the word for if you win 4 in a row? And it was a haul.
Haul?
H-A-U-L.
I see. I thought it's poker or something like that.
I
In
don't
football,
know.
we have, 1 goal is like goal, 2 goal is like double, 3 goal is hat trick, and then 4 goal is poker, if I'm not
Is it
mistaken.
poker? Okay, yeah, no, of course. I don't know. But it's not often that you see someone win in a row. I remember once doing some commentary, and Magnus won like 10 in a row. We were like, okay, well, very few people win 10 in a row. But okay, so we're expecting this one to fizzle out to a draw. Nothing too exciting, it's all very solid here. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's check in on some of the other games as we see some excitement. Which one catches your eye, Shaksot?
So, okay. Let's have a look at the game between Nicolas Theodorou and against Shahryar Mamediyarov, because we do see here Queen's Gambit.
Yep, let's head there to this kind of, I call it the Semi-Slav formation.
Semi-Slav formation.
Yeah, with
even.
c6, e6, and it's anytime I see that, it's like, okay, it's the triangle. But let's backtrack.
Okay, let's have a look from the beginning. And as we just called out, this was a Queen's Gambit accepted. And we have seen e4, exact same opening which Nicolas Theodorou faced yesterday. And we have seen pawn to b5. How common is pawn b5? I think e5 is the most natural or the most common move here in theory. But b5, is it in top 3?
No,
I
wouldn't say. I mean, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, sorry, is kind of more common. But b5 is very interesting because I guess he's got the idea of meeting a4 with b4, but it's a very complicated position to...
So a4 is played,
yeah,
and we have seen pawn to c6, protecting, knight c3, pawn to b4, knight to a2, constantly hitting the pawns. And we have seen knight f6, knight f3, knight e4. So white just gave away a free pawn. He could have protected his pawn e5, then take bishop c4. Instead, Nicolas Theodorou decides to go knight f3. Let's Shahryar take the pawn on e4. Wow. And then we have seen bishop c4. I believe there is a compensation, of course, he's heading for on the e file, and probably that bishop on c4, f7 diagonal can act. But let's see how it unfolded. Pawn e6 immediately neutralizes that bishop, so the only compensation more likely will be on e-file, I think. So we have seen castle, bishop to e7, rook e1. And of course, we have to point out, in the development, black is lacking and it's going to have a little bit of struggle with those pieces on the queen side.
Yeah. And it's, as you mentioned, the compensation is all about, the white knight jumping into e5, but more importantly, it's the backward c pawn. That one is going to be firmly controlled, restrained, and not destroyed, because black normally sits there and holds their, grits their teeth and goes like, oh, we'll hold on to that one. But it's a very passive position for black, whereas white has the nice activity. It's all about just developing the dark square bishop, getting a rook onto the c line, and just enjoying the space. And just keeping saying to black, how are you going to break out? Come on, how do you like them apples?
I mean, he gave up the pawn, but I see the compensation he got is like very much enjoyable.
Yeah.
It's enough. It's good.
It is great. I mean, for here now, for instance, you would keep your bishop. It's just a question of where to retreat the bishop. Was knight to d6 played, or was that?
Oh, yes, there is.
Okay, I wonder whether I was adding moves to the equation. Okay, so knight to d6, and here I'm expecting bishop to d3.
Yeah, even I want to point out one thing on the castle scenario. G7 and H7 is kind of going to be weak considering bishop C2, queen D3 ideas. More like H7, let's say. If G6, there's going to be bishop H6. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
And the way that white normally handles the advance of the pawn on C5, if black ever manages to get C5, then black is almost always equal. So what white will tend to do is once you drop the bishop back away from C4, let's put it on D3, and then you develop the dark square bishop somewhere, just
F4.
and then you do this knight maneuver, knight C1 to B3, and then you say, break out, my friend, if you can. And normally they can't, and then a knight will come to C5, a knight will come to E5. That's like the cherry on top of the cake, and life is good. So the onus, obviously, is on Shak to find a harmonious way to sit quietly on the back. I'm expecting moves such as A5, bishop A6, but
he's playing with less space, That's also not
easy. Not easy position at all. And of course, for Nicholas, every move now has to have a purpose. He can't be wasting time with, moving the bishop out to F4 and then playing a queen E2 or anything like that. It has to be centered around black's breakout on C5. So I would say it's a tense game already.
Okay. So in the meantime, let's have a look at another game that is happening between Hans Niemann against Abdusattorov Norderbeck. Because this game is close to the middle game. Already they played, as usual, over 10 moves. Both sides are doing quite well, I think. Yes. So let's have a look what unfolded. We have seen e4, d5, knight f3, and d6, bishop b5 check, knight d7. Similar opening to Shamsuddin's games against Jan yesterday. And after castle, I believe it was g6 or knight f6 yesterday. Whereas today we see immediate a6 hitting the bishop. Niemann went to bishop to d3, knight to f6, rook to e1, g6, and as you pointed out earlier, the bishop found its spot on c2 after pawn to c3. And we have seen bishop g7, bishop c2, b5, pawn to d4, white is getting the center, whereas black is progressing on the queen side. We have seen some exchanges, bishop to b7, a4, hitting the pawn on b5, although it is protected for now, so black comfortably does the castle. Knight to d2, okay, I was expecting more forward development, but knight to d2, seemingly steady one, because if knight c3, there is b4 is always a threat, I think, which allows black to have more space on the queen side. So we have seen knight b2 and queen to d7. I mean, queen to b6. Yes.
So yeah, an interesting position here, because there's a lot of tension in the center with black threatening to take control of the c line, and you might see black either play for e5 or d5. d5 is a kind of very standard break, and black wants to post up a knight to e4. But white's chief problem is this bishop on c1. And one thing I also just wanted to point out, just to give the backstory if you're just joining us, that for Hans Niemann, this is the game after what was perhaps a painful game yesterday for him against Vidit, when he lets a win slip through his fingers.
Yes,
and
exactly.
so now we see, Hans is coming to the board in a determined fashion. For Nordibek's currently in second place with 3 points out of 5, but I would say it's not been a smooth ride.
Yes. I mean, especially with black, I would point out, with Norderbek, with black, he has been struggling a little bit. However, it would be mainly from the openings. In the middle game, he's fighting back. To be more specific, in the first round against Yakubov Norderbek, out of opening, he got, let's say, very harsh position. But in the middle game, he found the way to come back and to have that perpetual check, which ended in a draw.
Many moments that I can think of against Yakubov, he was in trouble. He was also ultimately lost against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh, yeah, the knight endgame.
The knight endgame was absolutely fabulous. I actually go and recommend to check it out, especially the way that Jan could have won. It was almost study-like. And here he finds himself in black situation. There's tension in the center. White has control. But there are some issues, there's not complete harmony for white. The bishop needs to come out from c1. And black is looking to chip away either with rook to c8. And eventually you can wait and choose which way you're going to break out. e5, is it going to be d5? But an interesting game, already setting the scene. So
here I want to point out one thing. Would pawn a5 be positionally smart move? Because that will give the space for the rook, lacks the bishop on b7 and a6, completely cuts off the a file, and in the meantime, he developed knight d2, which means the knight has a destination of maybe knight f1 to g3, with the bishop coming to e3, and suddenly the idea you mentioned earlier, which is pawn to e5 or d5 break, which allows some bishop b6 ideas.
Yeah, I kind of like your a5 plan. At least it forces the queen to go back. And then the big question is how to untangle on the queen side. Because if the queen is now on c7, you can't make any move like b3 because the queen is going to come into c3 and it's going to be like, what is she doing there? She's doing some unpleasant things. And so don't want to do that. So you'd have to go knight to b3 or knight to f1. Okay, knight to b3 doesn't... Well, the reason I wanted to put it knight to b3 was just to overprotect a5. And still, rook ac8 is going to be a response, or maybe rook fc8. You never know until you made the move, and then it becomes always the wrong rook. But let's just try with rook ac8. And then the bishop has to step to d3.
d3, yes.
To get out of the way. But again, this one, the whole point is black has to... Is it time to break out in the center? Or do you still buy
I think we just placed the knight a little bit, not the ideal square for the breakout yet. So if you track it back a little bit, I think knight f1 to g3 would be more steadier square, because I'm not sure how h4, h5 comes here on the breakout.
But normally when the knight goes back, one goes forward. So is it not time to go d5, or is that just kind of burying the bishop, which is very much a possibility? d5 is black.
d5 is black. Wow. I see.
Okay, you can see that's actually not a good plan already.
As you would just point out, would that be burying the bishop?
Yes, it would be. It's the computer assessment. But the whole point was to go knight to e4. But I can see that perhaps was not the best idea. The bishop perhaps needs to be on c8. Okay. Well, it's a game full of intrigue, I'm going to say. Shakhsot. Still, white has to find the right maneuverings. Maybe put the knight on f1, go knight to g3. Black has to find the right way to improve the position and then break out at the right moment. So, big question for Hans. Does he go a5? Does he release the tension on the queen side, or is he playing something else? Let's go back to our multi-board viewer, because I would just want to do a quick roundup of what we're
Sure.
seeing
Yes.
before we say goodbye to you, Shakhsot, and Tanya
We'll be
Hopson.
joining.
She'll be joining. And let's go back to the multi-board. We'll get that up for you in just a few moments. But my impression is, barring the one game that we're seeing there on the bottom right, between Shamsuddin Vokhidov against Norbert Yakuboev, I'm seeing that the games are tense, full of a lot of potential. And I just want to draw your attention to one thing before we let you go, is that look at Mukhidin Madaminov against Vidit.
Okay, let me
Just,
have a look.
just you can look at it on the multi-board. Nothing deep has happened there.
Yeah, I think they're just starting, but we have slightly
Okay,
lacking
we
on
have
the
okay.
multi-board.
Okay, I
Yes.
thought that somehow someone had been tricked out of the opening. Okay, we'll get that updated for you, ready for the action.
Yes. Oh, this is the game.
This is the game. This is the game that we're seeing. Okay, we're going to dive into this with Tanya. But impressions so far, you know Mukhidin Madaminov very, very well.
Yes,
Yes,
I know him, and he goes for it. He goes
yeah,
dynamic.
he
He's
goes
not satisfied. We have seen against Vachier-Lagrave yesterday. You see, he was down a pawn.
Yeah.
He was like playing steady and not accepting draw any moment even.
Yeah.
And at the end, what happened? He got
the win. He got the win. Do you know Mukhidin has not had a decisive game? Sorry, he's not had a draw. Is what I wanted to say. He's not had a draw in the whole 5 rounds of the tournament. It's either he's winning or he's losing. There's no middle ground for Vidit. Vidit is still hunting for his first win. Yesterday, he was the recipient of a huge dose of luck, and usually that kind of luck can signify that things are going to turn your way.
Yes.
So we have a very interesting position, very tense with the open D line on our boards. But yeah, going back quickly to the multi-board, because I wanted to draw your attention to one thing before we get Tanya on, and that is take a look top left between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi. D3 was the move that was
Castle
played.
Is on the board.
Castle's on the board. We are going to be seeing a fire there. That is definitely going to be a barn burner. I can't wait to see how that one develops. But thank you, Shakhsot. We are going to see more of you later on. But for now, thank you very much.
And we'll be joining with Tanya very soon.
Yes, so we're just going to go on a very quick break. When we return, Tanya will be in the studio. Hello, we are back with round 6 of the UzChess Cup, and joining me now is international master Tanya Sajdev. And Tanya, well, we're already like what, 45 minutes in, and it seems like we have a real combination, fizzlers, scissors. What were your impression? In fact, I might make you play the yay or nay game.
It's my favorite game with you, Joey. We'll bring the boards up and do that soon, but I am super thrilled with the opening action that we have today. UzChess feels like the tournament that keeps giving. All the drama that we witnessed yesterday, you know, the emotions, the nerves, everything on display, the hits and misses, the comebacks, the stories are all there. And now with only 4 rounds remaining, it really heats up.
It absolutely does. But for now, we are going to play the yay nay game. I'm going to subject Tanya to that. And we're going to bring up all the boards on display. And we're going to see where it is on fire, where it is not on fire. Okay. So Tanya, take it away.
All right, so you got 5 boards, live action all along. I know one which is a hard nay right now, and I'll start with that and keep building it up. A bottom left, it is the tournament leader, Vokhidov, who's suddenly taken off in this tournament with 3 back-to-back wins. He's playing with the white pieces against his compatriot, Nodirbek Yakuboev. A lot of national rivalry here at UzChess, but this one feels like it's going to end peacefully. Symmetrical pawn structure, same pieces. Look at the traffic jam on that F line, bottom right there. Everything very equal here. I'm expecting a lot of trades on the only open file in the position, that's that central E line. So it looks like after 3 back-to-back victories for the tournament leader, today will be a peaceful day. That for me is a big nay right now. We move on to the next one. I'm going to go around board by board. Nicholas taking on a Shakhriyar Madaminov. I mean, look at that position. Both are bottom row boards. Well, one of them started with the king's pawn opening. This one, a queen's pawn opening right now we've got with that knight at the edge of the board. My first feeling is this is one big yay. This is going to be a huge fight. The pawn formation, very dramatic in this one. The black knight on f5, white ahead in development, super fun. Let's move on to the top row. And I will start with Mukhidin Madaminov against Vidit Gujarati. That's our top right. Your first feeling on this is it's a
I would yet to be determined.
TBD, to be decided.
Exactly.
We'll leave this at to be decided, but my feeling is that this does blow up. Even though it is symmetrical right now, once the white knight jumps forward to those light squares, it's going to be a yay. Bigger chances of it than being a nay. Let's move on to Hans Niemann versus Nodirbek, top center board. That already looks quite fun to me. Open A file, more space for Hans Niemann, but everything that's happened yesterday has Hans recovered. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's fun on and off the board. He'll definitely be looking for a fight. But the big yay, the big sizzler, and absolutely not about to fizzle anytime soon, is the battle between the chaser, Arjun playing with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What on earth is that, Yovi? And I know you were super excited to get that because it was the Caro, and you are the Caro-Kann queen.
Yeah, I am the Caro-Kann queen, but not played like this with the black pieces. I kind of tend to play a little bit more solid, but as we're seeing, there's a far advanced D pawn on D3. Black is already a pawn up. White has the lead in development. We have to dive in there. Absolutely, 1000%, and find out what is happening here, because Arjun, if Jan Nepomniachtchi finds himself the right moves, I feel like Arjun could be in serious trouble, because what is his kingside doing? You know, he's not getting any close to castling.
It's the board on fire. Let's head there directly. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi who suffered a loss in an endgame yesterday against Vokhidov. What a brilliantly played that game was by the Uzbekistan 24-year-old GM, who is coming into this event, bringing the storm in with him. Jan needs to recover. He's playing against a very dynamic Arjun. And Yovi, I know you and Shahzad took this from the top, but maybe for those who are just joining us, let's restart. Let's backtrack quickly. It's the Caro-Kann. Break it down for us one more time before we dive into the madness that's in front of us.
It is complete and utter madness on our screen. So it begins with the Caro-Kann, all about the light square strategy, as my friends all tell me. E5, all pawns are no hope. Who was the one who said that? Benny. Oh, Benny, you wrong. Because take a look at what happened next. So you can go bishop to F5, but C5, that was the most confrontational, maximalist choice that you can play as black. That's exactly what Arjun did. He's got good memories from round 1, and now knight to F3. Of course, you take in the center. Either you're putting knight on C6 or you're taking, and that was queen came to, and then this is where the queen has to move. And then here, I think if it'd been me playing, I would have gone E6.
And that's fascinating because E6, we've got over 300 games in this position. So still it's within mainline theoretical territories right now. And then G6, this was Arjun's big idea against Jan Nepomniachtchi today. It's only about 95 games in my database. So the less popular line, and I've seen Arjun do this so many times, surprise his opponent with, you know, these offbeat ideas and then go into the second, third main variation in that. So he keeps narrowing that path into the theoretical battle. G6, we're already into sort of semi-main territory right now. And this is where Jan Nepomniachtchi started burning the clock. If you see the time, what the storyline tells you with the clock is that this is the first round of UzChess where Jan Nepomniachtchi has been trailing on the clock. We saw the knight come out, Yovi, and d4. Arjun was blitzing all of this out in preparation. The bishop comes out, and you explain this really nicely with all the threats of, well, inspired by the scholar's mate. You really don't have time to pick up the knight here. Bishop blocks it, gets a good move, and I think it was the most natural move as well. The c2 pawn under fire right now. White falls back. Again, there are plenty of games in this position still. Bishop to h6 also played, and this is where it gets fun. After bishop takes pawn, Shah castle, d3. All of this has been played. Arjun Aragaisi has prepared this. Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think he definitely knows, but was recollecting how to go forward, and he keeps himself on track until this move. Knight c3 is the move played in every single game on my database, and I have no doubts that that is what Arjun had prepared. This is where Arjun's home preparation stops. He's on his own, and that's when he started to take his time before blasting out with the knight to the center of the board.
Yes, but it's such an optimistic move. You know, I gotta say about the knight going to d4, because, you know, you're used to, in positions like this, can you put the knight back to c6?
Yes.
We're used to kind of saying, well, you got to develop. We tell all our students, you got to develop. What is the king doing? And so you would be looking at making moves such as, for me, because again, like I'm an optimal chicken, I would be looking at making moves like e6, because I'm terrified of white posting up a pawn on that square. So I was expecting that, or some kind of, no, actually, that was the only move that came to my mind. And then back it up with knight to e7, knight to f5. But that did not appeal to Arjun. And instead, Arjun has gone already on the front foot with knight to d4. And the big question for me is, can white not just go with the e-pawn, use it like Thor's hammer, rather, and then just go e6?
I like hammer. It kind of combines Thor and hammer. You put it together. It's very efficient.
Yes, because everyone calls him Thor, but it's not Thor. In Norwegian, it's not Thor.
Oh, what is it?
But in Icelandic, it is Thor.
In India, it's definitely Thor.
In Norway, it's Thor.
Thor, without the H.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
They don't pronounce TH. They have TH, but it pronounced T. But in Iceland.
Well, we'll find out if this knight's about to tear the position apart for white in this position. Yovi, I just want to point out that after this knight goes to f4, there are ideas of white, in fact, threatening to capture the pawn on d3. Currently, Arjun has an extra pawn in this position to make up for the lack of development. It's all about initiative and attack that Jan Nepomniachtchi can make against Arjun's king for the pawn deficit in the position. And tactics do work out in black's favor, in white's favor. For example, a move like e6, you feel like you've got two defenders, but the problem is that after bishop takes knight, the rook gets into that file and pin, you win the piece back, you've gotten that pawn back, and again, problems of dark squares for Arjun Aragaisi in this position. So I just believe that after knight to f4, I was mentioning that the move played here is knight to c3, which would have kept d3 guarded, and then you're looking at developing ideas like you mentioned. Maybe not start with e6 here, because this is what white has prepared against Jovanka's plan by placing that knight on e6. But interestingly, in this position, how black finishes development is first get the king to safety manually, step by step, struggling with my arrows here, but walk in with the king to the g7 square. And the reason I think I'm struggling with my arrows currently is, has my mouse just given up on me, Yovi?
It is still
lighting
up.
My mouse refuses to cooperate.
Oh, no.
It does. So we will go back to our full screen on the players as we fix that for you. But Jovanka, for Arjun, that top left board, the knight jumping in, watch out for that fork on e2. He's basically set up the trap that if you capture the pawn on d3 with your bishop or the knight, at the end of it, you end up losing your queen to knight getting onto that e2 square. So Arjun holding on to that extra pawn currently.
He's holding on because of that fork. But the big question, and one that is really just racing through my mind right now, is can Jan Nepomniachtchi just take that hammer to the board, blow open the position and play e6? Well, for sure, Arjun will have to have an answer to that one. I suspect he's going to immediately lock things down and just say, hey, let's just increase the risk. This could objectively be very bad for black, but white will have to play into a very complicated position where the price of an error is going to be pretty high.
Wow. E6. And that's a big move. Where do you get to see in under 15 moves, black has a pawn on the 3rd rank, white is about to get a pawn on the 6th rank. Arjun Aragaisi better have a strong response to that, but e6 would be a second pawn sacrifice in this position by Jan Nepomniachtchi as we do a big roundup. And we do see our evaluation bar tell the story. The most exciting game, in fact, is the one Arjun Aragaisi half a point behind the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, looking for that bounce back in this tournament after the shaky last few rounds that he's had. Ivanka, what do you think is Jan's mindset? Has he recovered from the loss that he suffered yesterday against Vokhidov?
Well, that is going to be the question. And it's not just this loss yesterday against Vokhidov. It's also his first round loss that was also pretty catastrophic against Madaminov. And you know, those things are going to be playing through his mind. Against Nordebek, he squandered a win. So, I mean, he's had a very volatile tournament and he wants to be back in the mix. So, it's an interesting position. I don't know whether he's going to be feeling entirely comfortable because there's a lot of responsibility on the white pieces to play in the most energetic fashion in order to continue the momentum. But it is going to be fire on the board.
And that's what we live for. That's going to be a fun one. And I just want to point out there's a fun little trap on that bottom right board. We're speaking of Vokhidov. You know, the storyline of his tournament starts with a draw, loses the second round to Hans Niemann, and then 3 big back-to-back victories there. He's soaring on the leaderboard there. His opponent, Yakuboyev, currently with that last move of the night moving to G7. That game has already ended in a draw, but I just want to point out, came in with the threat of lining up the rook on the e-file, played knight to G7, had crossed over the 30-move mark, offered a draw. White would have simply sidestepped the queen, with everything being traded off on that only open file in the position. The Berlin usually leads to this. And Ivanka, it makes me sad as a commentator to see the Berlin played out. I get it. It's a fair line. You know, you want to keep things solid. It's a long tournament. Vokhidov's had some big fights, technical conversions at the end. But I wish that we had seen more of chess here today.
I completely agree. I mean, these are our gladiators on the stage, and there's nothing worse than when they just come, make a few strikes here and there, and they'd go, how about we have a cup of tea? And they say, yep, off we go. As a spectator, I do want more. But we will see whether Kasia, the goddess of chess, whether she will punish Shamsuddin Vokhidov for making that early draw with the white pieces. But otherwise, I think she's going to be feeling very satisfied with what is going on in the rest of the games.
Speaking of rest of the games, you know, Vokhidov half a point ahead of the rest of the field going into round 6. 3 chases there. We've had a look at Arjun Aragaisi and Nordebek Yakuboy, one of the other 3 leaders, draws his game against Vokhidov. There's one name left, and it is Nordebek Abdusattorov, and he's playing a spicy game against Hans Niemann, who's had a bit of his own storyline in this tournament. Should we jump over to that one?
Let's jump over immediately to that game. It's an interesting one. It's very unbalanced with white having the center in the position and black is being forced to chip away and play on the wings. Do you like playing with the center? Because I'm a center girl. I love it. I love having that space. I love having the flexibility. But it's a very kind of hyper-modern approach to give your opponent the center and then just go, well, hang on a second, I'm just going to play on the wings.
And you know, as players, we have the center bias. As commentators, we speak so much about it. And the reason why playing for the center, playing in the center, developing towards the center, capturing towards the center are themes and patterns that are so important to chess. It's very much imagine like a football field. If you're playing towards the center, you can decide which side of the flank, which flank you want to throw the ball to. Capturing the center means that you will have the potential to direct play to the left side or the right side of the board. You'll be the one who'll be narrating the story. And I think that's why, as a concept, centers are so important. When we start, we want to control squares. We want to bring our pieces out towards these squares. And right now, there's one player who seems to be controlling the center with space advantage. It is Hans Niemann. And that's why you can see, you know, he's got the dark squared bishop lined up, ready to come out. Half your army on the right side, the other half on the left flank as well, eyeing a weakness on a6. Yavanka, I'm a big center girl. Unless there's a flank attack towards my king, I don't see the makings of that right now, so I do like white. That said, I will say Nodebek has got a lot of harmony in his own pieces. He's occupied the open C line with his rook, the open B file with his queen, also with ideas of the other rook lining up, you know, a tender B pawn, a not so stable knight here. And this bishop on b7 is a beautiful piece in Black's camp.
Yeah, it's very interesting because when we last left the position, White was faced with a choice. If we just can rewind, I think it's just a few moves, Tanya. 2 moves.
I'm going to do a quick action replay from the top. Yavanka, we saw one of our king's pawn opening here, and Nodebek Abdusattorov started with the Sicilian. We saw another knight d7. This is an opening we've been seeing in this tournament so far. The bishop falls back. All territory theoretical battle here just to get everyone updated with what we've got right now. White is setting up that pawn formation that we see on our live board. You fall back with your bishop. And then when Black starts the flank attack, what do? Play in the center.
You do play in the center, you take control there, and we left it around about knight to d2, queen to b6. So this was the moment that we consider in this position. And the thing is that occurred to us is like White has a choice. Do you lock the tension on the queen side, or do you allow Black to open up the lines on that side of the board? And we were thinking that maybe it was the most precise move, a5, just to kind of dissolve the energy there. And then you had to, again, be precise with knight move, going to knight f1. And in order to go knight to g3, reinforce the center and just get that beautiful bishop on c1, it wants to develop. Whereas when we compare the actual game position, Tanya, we see that knight to b3 was the move of choice, but this was quickly met with pawn takes pawn, rook takes a4, was kind of forced. And now when you compare Black's activity and this knight on b3, it's actually not very good there.
I completely agree with what you just said. I think blocking up the lines on the flank that your opponent wants to play on would have made more sense. And we can see, though, that what Hans Niemann wants instead is his own set of ideas, right? He's making a case for the fact that this knight on b3 that you're pointing out can eventually get to a5 and ask the bishop some questions. The rook laterally defends and horizontally attacks. And we are going to get rid of that. And horizontally attacks the a-pawn as well. Bishop to d3 was the move of choice here. The ideas are that once the bishop comes out, Yavanka, I do believe that if it's ever possible, White wants to double up on the a-line, even maybe triple up on the a-line, making a case that it's harder to get to the b2 pawn than it is to get to the a6 pawn.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's a very nice plan for White if they manage to get it in operation with a knight jumping to a5. And what is the response? Well, we see the rook is not going to be allowed to stand there on a4, has to drop back. And indeed, that was done very, very quickly. Rook to a3 was the move. Everything is reinforced for White. The knight on b3 is protected. But the question now for Black is how to...
Oh, wow. He did play rook a3 after this move. Yeah,
yes.
wow. So he is defending the knight and setting up the doubling up idea that we were talking about.
Yeah.
I have a feeling what Hans Niemann wants is to place his bishop on d2 potentially, and also look at bishop a5 apart from the knight a5 jumps.
And it's just occurred to me, like after you've highlighted that plan, that it's not necessarily that easy to come up with a plan for Black. First up, I know in this type of pawn structure with the pawns on d4 and e4, you always have to be considering your opponent just going d5 as White. Maybe even e5 is in the air. There's so much flexibility that the White center has. So that's a big question for Black. You know, bishop d2, rook a1, doubling on the a line. That's something that you've mentioned. But you also have to factor in any pawn advance. And so I wanted to say, if that is something that to factor in, then you maybe have to go e6 to control the center. Because I did try d5 earlier on, Tanya, and that was not a success. The evaluation bar went all the way up in White's favor and said, why are you burying the bishop?
Yes, I think d5 would be beautiful if your opponent promised you that on the next move he is definitely capturing.
Yes.
But with the option of pushing the pawn forward, you kill your bishop, white gets more space. I just want to point out the one thing that I would be looking forward to as black is trying to trade off the light squared bishops in certain position. Bishop b5, also looking at opening up the a file eventually for more trades. Not a big Abdusattorov wants a fight. No trades for him. He's made his decision. And Jovanka, your move on the board. Great call there. Just making sure that any pawn move is taken care of. d5 not available anymore. And e5 will lead you with some weaknesses. I'm just going to quickly show that. Amongst different options, I think the first that strikes me is just bring your knight to g4. You're hitting f2 suddenly and e5 tender as well.
Yep.
So for now, none of those pawn advances available to white.
Exactly. You remember the whole principle: control, restrain, and then destroy. That is exactly what Nimzovich was writing about, and it's what black wants to be doing.
Do you agree with, was it Philidor who said that pawns are the souls of chess?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I call them the skeleton of chess,
Not the soul.
not the soul.
Ah, that's a very philosophical take.
Yeah, it's because for me it's the framework and it's the guide of what you should be doing. Because if there's like pawns in the center, you know, it's a guide to black that you need to be restraining them, stopping them from advancing, and then you start working on the wings in order to kind of just attack the defenders. And whereas in some pawn structures, when you have the chains, you know, you have to destabilize the base of the chain. So, you know, they kind of tell you how you should play.
Yes.
And sometimes they're a bit random when they're irrelevant. If the position is dynamic and it's all about the pieces, you forget about the pawns. The pawns are not the most relevant thing in the position. It's about, you know, defending, attacking, and putting your pieces on good squares.
I do think the souls of chess is sort of super romantic
Yeah.
and poetic in a way, and it does make sense as well, where, you know, you're saying that this is what determines play. But I feel I'm more inclined with your version of it, just giving the blueprint to the position, right? It's directing your play. Look for weaknesses, that'll tell you what your plan is. Look for the head of the pawn chain, that'll tell you where you can attack your opponent. Look for those double pawns, pawn formation, that'll tell you where your pieces belong. So I do like the concept of pawns are truly the blueprint of the position.
I love it. And okay, on that subject, Tanya, let's move away from this game because I want to bring up Nicholas Theodorou against Vachier-Lagrave. So Nicholas, he started with a fantastic win against Hans Niemann, and he has lost 2 games, but he has actually played this super aggressive brand of chess. And if we just backtrack a few moves, because we were talking about pawns being the soul or the blueprint of chess, well, we see the pawn on d4 is telling us that the squares, it controls the squares c5 and e5. And now with this pawn lunge, g4 is also telling us that white has gone all in. Because there's no going back from whatever white has done to the king on that side.
And what has white done to the king was the first question that came to my mind, because this is no preparation by Nicholas Theodorou.
No.
Look at the clock. He's under 45 minutes. This is over the board inspiration. And the bar says white's fine, but intuitively it just feels like you've left behind so many squares. Your knight on a2 at the edge of the board. It's giving advantage to white. I think, Jovanka, to make sense of this, we need to backtrack a little bit.
Let's go there. So this one already is a combative opening. And I would say it's developed along very unorthodox lines, because usually when you give up a pawn in this particular manner as white, you're going for the positional long-term trumps. You know, you're asking white, you're asking black rather, how are you going to break free from this bind that I've established? I haven't really seen the game being played in this way with white pieces. And hey, Tanya, we can't back all the way up because
I'm getting there really quickly.
Yes.
I'm not even going to stop. I think you did show this opening right now. White did regain the pawn, and it's absolute madness, so we're going to head there. The knight falls back once because it was hit. Then it comes forward, targeting d4, and this is where Theodorou went all chips in. Hits that knight at the center of the board. Knight to h4 makes a lot of sense. You're getting rid of a key defender, not only to the pawn, but the king as well. And the move of choice here by Nicholas, Shakhriyar played knight h4 even, was knight takes knight to take the trade, gets the exclam on the board, and this is where we are currently. You know, Jovanka, you set this position up. I do see that the b4 pawn is hanging, and the big question, black, do you have enough compensation with the weakness on the king side? If someone asked me, puts this board up, 5 seconds, would you rather be white or black? Despite that pawn going down, I'm taking black.
I'm also taking black because the long-term advantages are in their side. And the reason why is just because if the bishop comes out to b7, just imagine a future where black has placed that bishop there, c5 is in the air, you've completed development, and then suddenly, what is the white king doing with those holes around? No, I don't like it. I don't particularly like it. It's a high responsibility position.
Absolutely. And white will have that responsibility every move of the way. It's not just for the next 2 or 3 moves that you need to be precise, because this is forever. You sort of damage that skeleton for a really long period of time right now, the rest of the game to be exact. As long as queens are on the board, it's danger time for Nicolas Theodorou on this. Shakhriyar Mamadyarov had such a beautiful advantage yesterday in round 5 against Madaminov. And then a one-move blunder, getting his own queen trapped at the center of the board, cost him an entire point.
Yes.
He's yet to find his form. Will he be able to channel his inner Shak attack and make this initiative work today?
Well, I think he's going to have to play very energetically because, again, white is playing in a really committal way. And I definitely do see that Shak is going to continue with some dynamic moves. I reckon that c5 will be played, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. It's just going to make an appearance. But the pawns are determining exactly how both sides should be handling this position. For black, it's about getting the king to safety, developing the queen side, c5. Yeah. That is the kind of move for white. You can also go a5 and bishop a6, but the light square bishop must be in their game. For white, it's all about now controlling the dynamism of the position, because with that weak pawn on d4, you don't want to be going into an endgame.
You know, with everything that you've done as white here, you have to capture the pawn, is my first feeling.
Yes.
You're going to be suffering with this pawn structure, so have something to show for that suffering. We have to deep dive into this because essentially, Shak, with placing his knight on h4 after the move g4 did happen, it is a pawn sacrifice. And I'm expecting Nicolas Theodorou, as he's having a thing, to actually accept the bait. And after bishop takes knight, knight takes pawn is what we need to investigate, Jovanka.
Yes. And this is the whole point that I was getting to, that with Nicolas, he needs to control the activity. And the only way to do that is to actually place that knight onto d3. Maybe you even have to sacrifice more material, Tanya, because I can see a5 making an appearance. And wow, this position could get really red hot immediately. So if you go a5, knight to d3.
Are you giving up the d4
this
pawn,
is the question. Knight to d3 is what I want to play.
Yes.
But can I afford to do that? Because I don't really want to be going knight c2, Tanya, because the knight should be on the d3 square, controlling e5 and controlling c5.
But that's a difficult question for Nicolas, right?
That's why he's thinking.
He has to be thinking, you definitely don't want to come back with your knight to a2.
Okay.
He does take it. It had to be done, Jovanka. You can't go into this position and not have material to show for it. Knight takes pawn on the board. I like the move a5 because it also stops white from getting a5, a6 into the game. You know, you were talking about the bishop belonging to b7. So taking that time out, I am expecting Shak head in hands right now. But these are the positions that Shak really thrives in. a5 is what we're thinking. Should we take a look at what happens with knight d3? Because that's the move you really want. And I want to get greedy. Queen takes pawn. And you do see the bar does not approve. And the feeling is that white just continues to develop with a lot of tempos on the board. And not just that, you're about to plant your bishop on c5 and just make sure that the black king never gets to safety.
Yeah, and talking about that, how is the bishop as well going to develop? And I was talking about that bishop as being a big source of counterplay. So Shak is like, I am not going to go a5. I'm not going to try to win a pawn. I'm just going to get my king to safety. And, well, the next question is, what is Nicolas doing? Because after castles, knight to, do you go bishop to e3? Do you take that time out to protect on d4? Or can you just say, actually, it's way more important to get that knight to c5? So those are the questions that are going to be here on this particular board. As we see, actually, take a look at the time, 38 minutes.
That's a huge deficit for Nicholas, and the game is just getting started on this one. All right, let's move on from this, Yavanka. You know, for both these players, it is about getting in the mix, in the race, and I think a win today will put them right where they want. But it's essential. A draw just doesn't help their cause. And with that in mind, this is the ideal position you want.
Yeah.
You know, out of the opening, a position for all three results. White needs to finish development, make sure that the pieces, the pawns here, do not come under attack. I really like the idea of throwing in an a5 to make sure that a6 is there if the bishop on b7 lands. You also have plans as white to reroute your bishop. The bishop's done its job. It's sort of staring at granite here. You retreat with your bishop and looking at setting up the battery towards the right flank as well. I do feel that if Shakhriyar in the next 2 to 3 moves isn't able to break out, and I'm not sure how you do it, maybe you bring your queen out to f6, you're eventually trying to get to h5, f2 is tender, but you need to be fast. If he fails to create that play over the next 5 moves, and white consolidates, bishop c2, queen d3, push that pawn, maybe a rook lift. Do not forget about this idea, Yavanka. Do you even rook lift?
Yeah, you do rook lift.
You do rook lift?
I do, yeah, you do.
Okay. Do you even rook lift at the gym? No.
Let's not go there, Tanya. What one should do is not necessarily what one does.
What one should do is very different from what one preaches to do.
Exactly.
So don't do as I do, do as I say.
Exactly. Always do as I say, not as I do. Remember that. And, you know, I agree with you, Tanya, though. I do believe that Shak has to accelerate the play. He has to, at the same time, you know, go for moves that break out the pieces like knight d7, e5. Even if it comes at the cost of material, it's way more important that black gets active, especially because the risk is so high for Nicholas there on the king side. But this is now definitely a scorcher of a game. Tanya, let's go on our to be decided. That was between Mukhidin Madaminov against Vidit. So both players yesterday, the recipient of some luck.
Yes, I completely agree with that sentiment, Yavanka. For Madaminov, he was down upon against Shakhriyar and Madaminov, suffering, but within holding territories, but required him to sweat. And then a one-move blunder by Shak.
Yeah, it apparently played in 20 seconds.
Yes, blunders usually do appear because of that.
Yeah. Yeah,
you just rush through.
The age-old wisdom, right? Yeah, either you play too quickly or you play way too slowly and you get in your own brain and you make a blunder because you can't see anything better. But this one, I would say Vidit was also the recipient of some great luck as he found himself in a losing position against Hans, but then he had a miracle save and he found it. That was absolute cinema on the board. But Vidit, oh, this is something that we've seen time and time again, Tanya. Vidit is just running down the time on the clock. And it was something yesterday that came to haunt him. I think in his 2 losses there at the beginning of the event. It's just somehow not getting into the flow of actually making the moves. The players do have a very standard time control. It is 40 moves in 90 minutes with a 30-second increment per move. And then they do get that 30-minute time bonus once they've completed move 40. So it's a very traditional one, something that the players are familiar with. But again, it's not healthy to have such a big time discrepancy.
It really takes a hit. Your confidence really takes a hit, right? Because you know that there are big questions ahead. I mean, look at the position that we have. Not a single minor piece has been traded off. And there are still ideas like the white knight eventually jumping to f5. The last move does hint at that by Madaminov. He's placed that knight on h4. We know where that's headed, that piece. And then you always have to watch out for tactics on that h6, g7 spot in front of the black king. Though I will say that Vidit today has a much healthier position, not a healthy clock, but a healthier position than he did yesterday against Hans Niemann, with the white pieces just coming under so much fire early on, right out of the opening. No weaknesses today for Vidit Gujarati, except the timer right now. You know, he has taken control of the open D file. The black queen, I suspect, will eventually fall to f8 just to make sure that once the knight lands on f5, there are no tricks along the diagonal, no big sacrifices. You keep everything defended. You're also looking at a knight transfer yourself. My feeling is that Vidit's feeling quite comfortable with the position on the board, but he does need to speed up. It's been the storyline of Vidit's tournament here. always behind on the clock, always running low when reaching that 40 move time control, and it's come to haunt him several times. He's currently at 1.5 out of 5.
Yeah. Yeah, and primarily due to that disastrous start where he lost both his games, and it could have been more, Tanya. Yesterday he was losing against Hans, but you know, sometimes Cassia smiles on one, and that's exactly what she did to Vidit. So I'm kind of hoping to see a turn in his fortunes, but as the clock starts to tick down, I understand that his position, he's not entirely comfortable with his position and finding the plan. So if we just move a few more moves, that after knight to h4, g6 was the move of choice.
He stopped the idea of the knight jumping into f5. You'll have to update me with the moves.
I can do that. And the knight retreated back to f3. After all, job done, right?
Job done. Provoked some weaknesses, made some hooks for a potential attack. The bishop on c1 eyeing the h6 pawn. The knight comes back.
King to g7 was the next move played. You do want to make sure that absolutely everything is protected and the h6 pawn was vulnerable. Rook to e1 was the move, and now this is the point where Vidit is contemplating how to continue. And I can understand why he is thinking for a long time, because there is no easy plan for him. He can double up on the D line, but there are no entry points there. And this knight on c6 is not a great piece. And then the question about this knight on f6. So sometimes in these type of positions, you do want to be playing like knight h5, knight f4, but is that a good plan? Is that going to get there anywhere? I'm not particularly sure, but interesting. And then there's the question, which piece do you improve? What is, he's reaching for the knight on f6.
Does he go back to h7? Is that what?
No, he goes a knight to h5.
So he goes more aggressive now, eyeing the f4 square. Is Vidit Gujarati? That is not the live board. This is from his game yesterday, and we will get the right board up for you just very shortly. And what a finish this was, Yavanka, by Vidit in his game against Hans Niemann, the final position where both players agreed for a draw.
They did agree for a draw after the promotion. That was absolutely stunning save from Vidit. And as we just focus in on the two players, just ignore the live board, that is incorrect. We see that Mukhadin now is going to have to answer knight to h5 with that whole idea of going active and perhaps planting in a knight to f4. And what do you read from Mukhadin's body language, Tanya?
He looks pretty relaxed, Yavanka, and he's got to be feeling that as well, right? You look at your opponent's clock, you look at the fact that your opponent is struggling. Mukhadin, Madaminov, the youngest player in the field, all of 19, finished second in the Challengers last year, and this year gets a chance at the UzChess Masters after Vachier-Lagrave withdrew from the tournament. And the position that we have right now, definitely a rich one, but I like Vidit's approach. You know, that knight move not only hints at the f4 square, you also want to maybe start expanding with your f-pawn up the board, either f6 or f5, looking at ideas like that. Vidit feels that Madaminov is a target, being the lowest seed in the tournament. Madaminov feels Vidit is a target, looking at his form.
Yeah, exactly. Both players, they really do have to strike. But for Mukhadin, he hasn't actually drawn a single game.
All decisive games.
All decisive.
5 out of 5 decisive games, with 3 wins and 2 losses.
Exactly.
Starts with 2 wins, 2 back-to-back losses, comes back against Madaminov yesterday.
I think that's bad news for Vidit. If we read the pattern, Tanya.
So double, double, double.
Exactly.
A triple double.
Yes, that could be bad news for Vidit. But, okay, we chess players like to read a little bit too much into patterns. And now the question is how to handle this. The knight is going to post up on f4. And at least black will have one active piece. So knight to h4, the response, and so many questions for Mukhadin. First up is if he wants to deal with a knight coming to f4, then he can simply come with his king to h2, bishop to f1, and then as soon as the knight lands on that beautiful square, g3 will just boot that knight out. That's one way of handling such things. You can also go on your counter offensive. You know, white does have a very strong square on d5, and you can start building up the position in order to take control of that. But somehow I suspect that we're going to be seeing bishop to f1, king h2, and getting ready to just kick out a knight should it appear on f4.
All right, so a tense middle game brewing up in this one, Jovanka, as we see the clock ticking low. And there's a lot of action on our other boards as well.
So let's pull up the multi-board as we do a quick roundup of what's happening here, and then we'll go on a break. And we see Jan Nepomniachtchi against Arjun Erigaisi. That looked like it was an absolute sizzler. It does look like Arjun Erigaisi has gotten stability, but it has come at the cost of a pawn. Whereas in the middle between Hans Niemann and Nordibek Abdusattorov, we are seeing that there is potential for some trades to ensue with e5 being played. But Nordibek Abdusattorov, I think, will be feeling very happy with a beautiful centralized knight. And we just saw Mukhadin Madaminov against Vidit Gujarati, and we saw that Mukhadin is deep in thought, thinking about how to handle the knight jump.
And then we move on to our bottom row there. We've got Nicholas against Madaminov, and that one continues to sizzle. I'm slightly surprised that Jan and Arjun so quickly fizzled out from what we saw, and now the tactics have changed, right? On our top left board of ours, where Arjun was up a pawn out of the opening. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi who was playing for the initiative, and a totally reverse storyline currently in that. But continues to have hope and fun there. Bottom left has already ended. Jovanka, 1 draw, 4 big fights remain.
4 huge fights remain. And on that note, we are going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to dive into all of the action. And it's looking like it's going to be a good one. Welcome back, and we are just getting started with round 6, but the tension is already building, especially as we turn to this particular game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi. So we saw it was a really complicated opening with Arjun going on the front foot from the get-go. He was a pawn up, he's now a pawn down. Let's kind of backtrack and find out exactly how the players got to this position, because when we last left it, White was left with some really aggressive choices on the board. Knight to f4 making appearance with immediate threat of taking on d3. Arjun says, I'm not going to handle this in a passive way. I'm going to immediately jump forward with ideas of going knight to e2. And this is how the game
did not continue,
Tanya.
After knight d4, it's against the idea of giving up that pawn back, so not allowed. And this is the moment where Jan Nepomniachtchi missed a golden opportunity to go on the hunt here. Jovanka, you were screaming for a move e6 here, and it was the best move according to the engine as well. You need to strike at Black's king right now, and unhappy choices for Arjun. I would have loved to see how this would have progressed, what Arjun had in mind for e6. No happy choices if you think you can take that pawn. White doesn't even need to rush with taking the knight and the pawn. You could just simply line up your rook and make a case for the fact that the Black king is stuck. You don't have time to develop with your knight to f6, because guess what? Now knight takes pawn, knight takes knight is met by bishop takes bishop. So no time to finish development there. e6 would have caused a lot of problems to Arjun. The only move to keep himself in the game would have been f5, giving White a long-term advantage and play on the dark squares. Instead of e6, Jan Nepomniachtchi decided to trade the knights, and I wonder if he just wants to play a little bit more cautious with everything that's happened yesterday, sort of ghosts of your past. We, as chess players, know exactly how our past results affect our decisions on the day.
Exactly, and I'm feeling that you're right, Tanya. He just wanted a calm game. Arjun also known for the dynamic, so I think you're completely right. Just take it to a position where only 2 results, as we say, are possible.
And this is the second strange choice following that narrative that we're discussing right now. He had the possibility to go check first.
Yes.
And just make sure that the Black king loses the right to castle for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And then only take on d3. But again, trying to keep it too cautious perhaps here.
Yeah, maybe he just thought there wasn't any difference, because if you just go back to your bishop to b5, maybe he kind of said, well, the king is going to go to f8, and then it's going to find its home on g7.
But the big difference, Jovanka, is that your bishop is not hit. You could keep more pieces on the board and take that pawn with the knight instead.
Yes.
You don't have to take it with the bishop trading off, so you create an imbalance. You get rid of the dark square bishop here. You know, if you take, you're super happy, you develop, you hit that bishop, dark square weaknesses along the Black king. This is something to play for.
Yep, I completely agree with you. And sometimes your mind is your own worst enemy. And I think that's exactly what's happening here with Jan. He's just perhaps losing the confidence in his own ability.
Feels like that, right? Getting as many pieces off the board as possible. But of course, as we can see from our live board, imbalances did occur. Jan Nepomniachtchi places the rook in a precarious spot. Never move this knight, Jan. Queen takes rook would be a checkmate. Bishop takes bishop. It all relies on the fact that White is ready to grab the bishop and connect the 2 rooks. Arjun traded, trying to free up his knight so that you can continue with development, looking to get the king to safety, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. And Arjun's arguing that my knight is active. I have control over the open line. You know, I have ideas like the knight jumping on further into the attack. And also, always watch out for rook b8, the b2 pawn tender, if you ever touched your knight. Queen to b4 was a move of choice. Makes a lot of sense. You're up a pawn. You want to trade queens, get into that endgame. Arjun says denied. Falls back, centralizes the queen, Jovanka. b3, we are at our live board. a2 was hit with that last move that Arjun had defended. Jan Nepomniachtchi up a pawn. Feels like a healthy pawn to me. Some problems along the d file. Activity for Arjun, but do you think it's enough?
Yeah, I would say it's not enough, but at the same time, it's going to be very difficult to convert this extra pawn, because Black is just so active. That's the problem. So, you know, Black is always going to be having to justify the fact that he's a pawn down. But I can see a situation where the rook is going to double on the d line and the queen will sidestep, and there's going to be an awful lot of pressure. And the e5 point, this is a kind of theme in this type of pawn structure. It's very sensitive. It's going to keep the knight on d3 honest.
It feels like a game for two results currently, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is on the good side of that bargain right now. You're up a pawn, and as long as there's no knight h4 creating threats against the white king, you're feeling safe on the king side. Any trade would benefit you. You're looking at ideas of maybe offering a queen trade, even the rook jumping onto c5. The biggest problem for Jan to solve is the problem on the d line. You want to try to free that up and then think about how you're going to push the a and the b pawn. I'm slightly surprised that Arjun's landed himself into this soup right now. He started with this aggressive opening, and it's not an ideal outcome for Erigaisi.
No, it's not ideal having to defend this position a pawn down. But on the other hand, I think he will be counting his lucky stars because it could have been so much worse.
Had we seen e6 on the board.
Had we seen e6 on the board, and he must have been terrified. And also bishop to b5 check as well. That felt a lot more scary than what is on the board right now. So this is the big moment that we were referring to. e6 is a very natural move. For some reason, Jan said, I don't actually want to go here. I don't want to play this move. Maybe he was afraid of f5, just locking the position down. And then white is going to have to justify.
I just want to say, we've seen the live board, right? And just compare to what Jan could have had, how he could have won the pawn back. Knight takes knight, you give a check, you force the black king, and then you simply grab the pawn back. And compare it to the position that we have right now. White just incredibly active. Once these bishops are traded off, the queen on c7, the rook about to line up as well. If you don't trade off the bishop, the light square bishop is coming to e3. This is everything to play for Jan. The position that we have, on the other hand, yes, you're up a pawn, but it just feels like Arjun's piece activity compensates for that. Now, Erigaisi is the kind of player who doesn't care about material balances. It's the least of his concerns. For him, piece activity, that is the motto. And I'm really liking the way Black has set himself up. We're talking about ideas of rook d7, triple up on the d file. I also want to point out a rook trade would actually suit Arjun just fine. To just show that. Rook c8, it might not be the best move in the position. But Jovanka, suddenly you see the bar just completely comes down. You've gotten rid of a key defender. The rook on d1 still pinned. Rook about to land to c2. And you're not running away with any ideas of an unpin because e5 is tender as well.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that I think is going to make life difficult for Jan. So whilst he is that comfortable pawn up, I don't think Black has any compensation. And by compensation, I mean he's not got any winning chances. I feel like he's got enough to hold the balance.
And the thing is, right, Arjun feels most uncomfortable in positions where he's on the defense to an attack against his king. That's Arjun Erigaisi's biggest nightmare. Because he's always on the one who wants to make that happen for himself, even if it comes at the cost of material, to sacrifice and go for your opponent's king. So I think Jan could have made life very difficult for Arjun had he played e6, not gone for this extra pawn, where Black just feels like you have enough to hold on, enough activity to hold on, something that Arjun anyway likes. But Jan choosing a more comfort zone, a more cautious approach to stop the bleeding.
Yes. Could also be that Jan has got in mind that if he keeps it solid, it's going to stress Arjun out. He's a dynamic player. Arjun is perhaps going to go a bit too brave in the position. And also, let's not forget that in terms of the tournament standings, Arjun is currently trailing Shamsuddin Vokhidov by now a full point. But it could be at the end of the day, if this fizzles out to a draw, it's going to be a half a point. At some point, Arjun is going to have to take the risk.
Well, plenty of rounds remaining. I'm sure we'll see a lot of risks by the chasing pack. Speaking of chasing pack, I want to divert our attention to Hans Niemann versus Nodebek Abdusattorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Yakuboev, and Nodebek Abdusattorov are the three players who started the day half a point behind Vokhidov, the tournament leader. And this is what we have in front of us. For Hans Niemann, it just feels like, Ivanka, I look at the live board, that move by move, he's just been outplayed by Nodebek. Just compare each of the pieces here to its counterpart. Nodebek controls the open line here. The knight on d5 can never be challenged, can never be moved. It just stops all of white's activity. The bishop in g7 makes sure that the white knight and the rook are tied down to defending the central pawn. The knight on d7 also eyeing it. The queen, super active. Yes, there's no material deficit, and I'm not saying that this is a winning advantage, but Black is just so healthy, so comfortable. All of white's pieces on the first rank. The one that's on the third rank has to play the role of a defender here. The knight on b3, what are you doing? Yes, you can go to d4, But what's the future from that? Black has got all these ideas of continuing to improve pieces. I'm actually loving Nordebek's position. I just don't know if it's enough for a win.
Yeah, that's the question, you know. It feels like Hans is kind of curled up in that tight little ball. And he's saying, okay, I understand that this hasn't gone my way. And I'm just going to make sure everything is protected. Because if you look at it, there's no active plan for Hans whatsoever. I mean, you can't move the knight, as you indicate. You can't move the rook. The queen is put on d1 in order to protect the knight on b3. Now, normally when you have a white pawn on e5, this is a signal that you need to go on the offensive against the king. You cannot do that at all to the black king, and the black knights are so well placed. So I agree, it's looking very nice for Nordebek, but for Hans, if he just holds tight, there might not be a way to break through. And
Agreed.
And then we're seeing b4 being played.
And this is the move that I did like a lot. We mentioned it earlier, Jovanka. b4 just gaining more space. Feels like a clamper in white's position, but I did see that the bar did not love it.
No, but the bar is always a bit strange with us, right?
The evil bar.
It is a bit
not the
evil
eval bar.
Because I don't see white having any active plan here. It's not like white's suddenly going to go h4, h5 and start chipping away at the king side. That's not going to happen. And I wonder whether it's centered on the fact that, and I feel like the knight on b3 is needed, because if you post it up to d4, which was my initial reaction, the knight comes to c5, and
tactics.
Are they even tactics?
I do think that there are tactics in this position, but
you can take on e5, Tanya.
And the rook is overloaded. You're defending e5 and you're defending the bishop on c1, so it's just a very direct line, Yovi. And you wanted to finish this off with
queen takes bishop. And actually, it's even worse than I thought, because I thought the knight on b3 at least had an active destination. It doesn't have an active destination. And the bishop on c1 is needed, because once the black queen, if you go to the game position, you need it on c1 in order to defend b2. So I don't know why the evaluation bar doesn't particularly like b4. It looks like it's a good enough move for me, but I'm expecting Hans just to simply wait it out. You can wait with g3. You can wait with king h2. I'm not sure about king h2, but just g3 and king g2 is the move that kind of appeals to me. Keep the king on a light square and see what happens. It's definitely super, super unpleasant for white. Yeah, and maybe we can pull up the full screen on the players just to kind of get a read on their language, as we see Nordebek locked in thought. And as Tanya's indicated, it's always it's for Nordebek to come up with a plan of infiltration. At the minute, there's no way through. Queen c2 is a move that might appear on the board for Nordebek, but then the question is how to continue for there. But for the time being, Hans is the one who has to come up with a move. And as we see, it's very difficult for him to wait.
And that's the problem, right? You don't have any waiting moves. Your pieces, while defending, are ideally placed. Everything it just feels is going to make your position slightly worse. And that's a nightmare for a chess player to be in, when waiting moves are hard to find. Let's just deep dive into the position and pull up our analysis board and our live board to really see the difficulties that Hans Niemann is facing right now, Jovanka.
Yep, let's do it. So let's deep dive, and there, as we see our players, then we can actually dive into how difficult this position is for Hans. We've already had a teaser that if Hans were to lift up the knight from b3, that knight is doing a vital job of protecting the bishop on c1, and suddenly there are tactical points that the pawn on e5 is loose. So you can't pick up that knight. You can't move that piece.
So this is out of the question.
Yes.
The knight and the rook cannot move because e5 is hanging.
Yep.
Can we find a good square for the bishop, Yovi? Can we try to get it to g5 and just hope that someday we'll make use of the dark squares?
Well, the thing is, I'm thinking that even if you do come out with a bishop, you're going to have to go back with maybe a tail between your legs, because after bishop to b5, queen c2.
And I also just want to point out, I love the move queen to c2 here, Yovi, and it just hits that pawn on b2. Any trade, it favors black. You keep all the trumps in the position. In fact, Hans, just a few moves ago, to show how difficult this position is for him, from the bishop to d2, retreated to c1 to defend b2 here. After the pawns were traded, the queen steps in. And look at this. With the idea of queen c2, Hans preempts it, puts that bishop on c1, and here is where we saw the move b4. So the bishop, after going to d2, coming to c1, hard to imagine Hans putting it on g5 only to allow queen c2.
Yeah.
So bishop's out of the question. No knight, no rook, no bishop, no knight move, no queen move because it needs to stay connected to the knight, which means you're basically left with a couple of pawns and the king to shuffle around.
But as long as you can shuffle around with the king, I think that's good enough. So I was expecting g3. Maybe at least you can plan some h4 business one day.
Just going to be out of business very soon, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not going to be too long in the business. But, I mean, let's reinforce that black is the one that is pressing and white is the only one that is trying to hold. I mean, white is simply on the defensive here.
But, we're talking about how Hans Niemann, every move might make his position worse. Everything is defending something. It also feels like you reverse the coin there and do a coin flip. For Nordebek Abdusattorov, every piece is ideally placed. He's maximized the potential of everything. How is he now going to cash in on that? Yes, you can place your rook on a8, but there aren't really infiltration squares on that. Rook to a2 will not get you anywhere. Your knight on d7 needs to eye the pawn on e5. The knight on d5, a beautiful placed piece. Queen, the only way I can see a change in dynamic is if you try to trade the queens off. But it just feels like if white was to trade and sit still, how are you improving the position? The dark squared bishop doesn't have a path to this pawn. The moment you move your knight away, trying to get active, white knight steps into d4 to kick your rook out.
Yeah.
Does Hans just have about enough to make a case for, I'm in a semi-zugzwang, but so are you?
It could very well be, as we see g3 being played. This is ugly chess for Hans, but it is good enough. So one thing that I can draw on, just as a guide, is that we often talk about the principle of two weaknesses. So e5 is a weakness, b2 is a weakness. But maybe what you can do is to start also creeping up the board. Maybe you want to be going h6 yourself, just to deprive anyone of the g5 square. And you can also wait. But whether there's going to be progress, that is the big question. But one thing is very clear. Both sides have to be mega, mega patient.
Yes. It's a waiting game, this one for sure. A game of maneuvering where for Nordebek, what plan can he find? The one idea that strikes me, and we're talking about pawns being the blueprint in a position, g3 does potentially weaken a diagonal in white's camp. It's a waiting move, but it has some consequences. And I wonder, speaking of a maneuvering game, is the black queen going to try to place itself on one of the squares on this diagonal, just slowly trying to improve the position, come up with ideas, but it's going to be a slow grind.
It is going to be a slow grind. So we'll see whether Nordebek can find a path to gently increase his advantage. Let's go back to the multi-board viewer as we see the progress that's happening on the other boards. And Tanya, your prediction game today is spot on, because take a look at Yana Pomniachi, Arjun Erigaisi. The rooks are off. I think that is a trade that maybe favors Arjun, I want to say. At least it clarifies his position a little bit. He knows now he needs to dive in even more. It's looking very pleasant for Nordebek Abdusattorov, but can he get more in the top middle? And between Mukhadin Madaminov and Vidit Gujarati is a question of going backwards for Vidit with the knight. And also he has to start speeding up as the clock starts ticking down.
And we go on to the bottom row there. Nicholas versus Shakhtar is absolute fire on the board. The last move with the pawn moving forward, it can be picked up two ways by Shakhtar's pawn. So I think that is also really heating up that position. Up a pawn currently is Shakhtar Mamedyarov. He's sacrificing it back. We'll see how that one goes. Bottom left, that's already over. A draw between the tournament leader, Vokhidov, and his compatriot, Yakuboev. Ivanka, my eyes, I think, fire on the board when we speak of. It's Madaminov versus Vidit Gujarati, because there is a potential check on h3, f3 knight weak, f2 pawn weak. And bottom left, Nicholas versus Shakhriyar. I'm going to pass the ball to you. Where do we go first?
Well, Tanya, we are going to go on a break. And that is because, the tension is building. The players are deep in their middle game battles, but we're going to step aside for a short moment because when we return, Shaksot will be joining Tanya and they will be guiding you through all of the play. See you in a few minutes.
from Tashkent. Round 6 of the UzChess Cup is underway. 2 hours of play already in. The opening moves have been made, and we are well underway into some heated battles of the middle game. And joining me for this segment is Shahzad. Shahzad, we've already had one draw.
Yes.
The tournament leader and the chaser. Vokhidov versus Yakuboev ends in a peaceful Berlin. Slightly disappointed with that, but can't blame the players here. But 4 heated boards currently.
Yes, so let's have a look from the bird's eye view. What is going on in our remaining 4 boards?
And I think you're going to be very happy with seeing what the action is on swing right now. And there we have it. Bottom right already ended. That one was a draw. Top left, Yan Nepomniachtchi is making headway. A very healthy extra pawn up. Arjun suddenly his pieces are discoordinated. The rook on one side, the queen on one side. Arjun on the defense. Can he hold a pawn down middle game in that one? Hans Niemann versus Abdusattorov, that's our top center board. And Abdusattorov, beautifully placed pieces there, is the one on the push, is in the driver's seat, but will it be enough? It's a maneuvering game. That one, Hans Niemann under pressure. Top right there, you've got Madaminov after his win against Shakhriar yesterday, taking on Vidit Gujarati, who definitely used one of his lifelines in his game against Hans Niemann in round 5. And that board, absolutely fire. A lot of pieces hanging there, a lot of potential attack in that one.
Yes, exactly. Looking at the bottom board, we have Nicholas Theodorou playing against Shakhriar Mamedyanov. Only a single minor pieces exchanged, whereas we see Nicholas Theodorou's pieces are very much active. Queen on d2, rook on c1, rook on e1, bishop on f4, very much ideally placed. Whereas Shahriar's pieces on rook on a8, knight to b8, yet to develop. And as of the last move, we can see pawn on d5 and c6. That creates an outpost square for Nicholas Theodorou to land his knight.
Fun battles all around there. And as you said, that board as well, very dynamic. But I think we have to rush to the Madaminov versus Vidit Gujarati matchup. With its last move, it gets the knight in, it gets a question mark. Pieces are hanging, both knights in the air right now. We got to do a deep dive into this.
Exactly. Let's have a look, because that was a critical moment right now. And Vidit took the action to get into aggressive attack. We have to point out, he has a queen from f6, hitting f3 and f2. Bishop from c5, hitting the f2. Knight from d3, hitting the f2. Exactly what we know is, he is just kind of, if bishop takes d3 happens, he's about to take it. And now pressure is on f2 and g3 as well, because bishop from c5 is pinning all around. And the rook on d8, attacking the bishop from far away. Pretty much struggling situation for Madaminov. However, can Madaminov find the key move that can change the dynamics of the position?
There is only one move that White has to keep the advantage here. This is an absolutely huge moment. And the point is that Vidit Gujarati, to make that last move, if he just
and look at his hand. Look at his hand.
He's reaching for it. That is the big move. Bishop takes pawn. It is advantage Madaminov. He's calculating, brushing it up, not only brushing his hair, but brushing all the lines in his head. Bishop takes pawn in this position. Let's just have that really quickly. It relies on the tactics that king takes bishop, walks into a fork. But this is not what Vidit Gujarati has missed. It's not the fork that he's missed, folks. It is the fact that after king to g8, black has a lot of pressure. You're hitting that rook on e1, you're hitting the pawn on f2, you're hitting the knight on f3. Bishop takes knight, there's still queen takes knight. If you move the rook away, you lose the knight.
Dropping, yes.
You have to defend the knight. And what Madaminov has to understand is that after king to g2, you give up that exchange. Knight takes rook, rook takes knight. And this is advantage white. And if I did not have the eval bar screaming that out to me, I would not be so certain of that.
We don't have to underestimate this bishop, you know. Bishop g5 is coming, almost immediately getting back the exchange. So with white bishop c4, but I would agree with you. I wouldn't put it huge advantage for white. Seemingly the advantage is, yes, white is in the kind of, I would call it a driver's seat because of just exchanges given away. The momentum is on the white side, but
he goes for it. It's on the board. Madaminov has evaluated that as sufficient compensation. Vidit is ready with his response. And like I mentioned, he hasn't missed the fork. He just thinks that this position is extremely complicated. And sure, we have the evaluation bar in to help us and engine lines to guide us when we need it. But for these two players to work this out, I fully understand why Vidit went into this. Even if the knight on f3 is defended, I'm not sure if Vidit will pick up the rook on e1 or the pawn on f2, but he just feels that this has to be sufficient compensation. You take that rook on e1, you move your rook away from the skewer that you're pointing out, and just make a case that, okay, Madaminov, I'm playing with the black pieces, rook d7, rook d6, I love it. Show me your compensation here.
Yes, exactly.
And it's not easy from a human perspective. The bar says bishop g5 loses the queen on the spot. So you have to come back. And it's key that you put your king on bishop g5 loses the queen on the spot. So you have to come back. And it's key that you put your king on g8 was our feeling, Shakzad. And I am sure in the 25-minute think that Vidit had, these were the lines that he was thinking. And now the whole idea is that after bishop g5, it looks like Vidit's just losing an exchange, but things totally turn around because look at that king on g8, allowing the black queen to fall to h8,
Yes,
a very non-standard square. Take that rook, please. My rook, I just blundered it. The queen comes to h3, it's not just a check fork because a checkmate on the next move. And Vidit would have calculated this, realized that white can actually play a slow move. By the way, we do have a move on the board. We'll come back to that. But if we just go through, finish that line that we have here, instead of the move bishop to g5, here Vidit would have seen that white has other options. I think rook to f1 is a very human response here. Once you spot queen h8, idea is a bishop c4 next, bishop g5 in the air, knight f2 not feeling safe, knight takes pawn, runs into, well, you can even just get your knight back, the knight on g4 lose, the queen on f6 lose. Vidit calculated all of this.
Yes.
Said, I don't want it. He saw the move knight to e6, as you were pointing out, which was the best move according to the engine.
Yeah,
I believe
stable one, holding one. Not much happening, you see.
But white's healthy, you know. Ideas like king g2, rook h1 just starts feeling like...
More in control, yes.
I say king g2. Can we just show that? Because I think I just walked into a big blunder there. Knight e6, king g2 would have landed into queen takes knight. A banger of a sacrifice. King takes queen to go knight d4. So I would have definitely fallen into this one, lost the piece, lost the game. But the point I want to make is that after knight to e6, white can simply hide against this threat.
First queen e2, yes. Or
I like
bishop
that.
e2. How do you want to defend the knight? With queen or bishop? Both of them seemingly decent. I think you want to set up your bishop on c4 in the long term. So.
Exactly. And Vidit did not want to play this positional fight, and it's absolute tactics on the board. So let's go to that. Knight d3 was the move of choice for Vidit Gujarati. We saw bishop takes pawn by Madaminov. The king goes back, and king g2. Double exclam for both these king moves. Two brilliancies. Vidit Gujarati, I did mention, will pick up that exchange. Again, the concept of how different the evaluation bar can be and a human evaluation can be.
Yes.
You take that bar out of the picture, black has an extra exchange. Vidit will sidestep the threat of bishop to g5.
So you want to go with rook d7 and rook d6, yes? Immediately getting out of any threats.
It feels like I'm more tempted to move my rook away rather than the queen. I like that the queen is placed on f6. Rook d7 or rook d6, both very tempting options.
I'd call this game more easier to play with white because of how initiative and attacks can unfold from white's perspective. Because the h file is open, you can get your rook there to h1. There is also one extra idea. Maybe you can push that pawn on g5, make your knight on h2, go to knight g4, get into f6. I'm trying to make use of this bishop because this is also a dangerous line, but yeah, which is hitting some g6 ideas if the e4 pawn is not there, of course.
Vidit decides a different square, and I like the square slightly more than d6 simply because it keeps f7 protected.
Yes.
In a lot of the lines that you were mentioning, once the white bishop reroutes to the diagonal, Vidit has to defend this. I will say this. My gut feeling is here that Vidit doesn't realize that this is so bad for black. And I think it would be very hard for any player to do that.
Yeah.
He voluntarily went into this line. He's also playing for a win. He knows that 1.5 out of 5, he needs to try to take down players right now, you know, with only 4 rounds left. He just thinks that this is a game for 3 results. You know, that complicated forest that Mikhail Tal often spoke about. The forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough for 1. This is that kind of a position.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. Although, yes, we have that evil bar showing, yeah, white has certain advantage, but the game is quite, 3-result game.
That's a huge advantage that our bar is giving. But again, I am not buying that full story. It's one of those positions for me as a commentator. I often say, just take that bar and chuck it out of the window. Because for both players, so many opportunities to go wrong here. This is going to be a fiery battle. We'll come back to this. For Madaminov at 3 out of 5, a win in this puts him so close into going into the final 3 rounds. He'll catch up with the leader.
Yes, exactly. If he gets the victory from this round. Okay, yeah, let's move on to other games. Let's have a look from the bird's eye view to see what is happening in the rest of the boards, in the remaining 3 boards. So Niemann's game against Abdusattorov holds steady. As I see, the progress is just kind of pawn pushes, king pushes, and queen just moved on d2. You know, he's holding steady, just asking Norbek Abdusattorov how you want to progress. You know, if I hold steady.
Holding the ship is Hans Niemann, top center. Not holding the ship is what it looks like is Arjun Aragaisi on our top left board. And I really want to rush to that before we go into the madness on the Nicolas Shakhriyar matchup there, bottom left there. It's huge for our standings. Arjun Aragaisi started the day half a point ahead.
Yes.
He needs to at least survive this game and hold it to continue in the chaser's pack, or he just falls back. So should we just do a quick look up into this? I see Jan Nepomniachtchi has a pawn on e6. Finally, he did miss a big moment where he could have gotten it with a lot more incentive.
Okay, let's dive into that game. So we have seen the moment of b3, rook c8, and rooks were out of the board. So queen and a knight and the rooks are remaining with pawn advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what do we see? We see queen to c4, offer for a queen trade, and Arjun declines, goes for queen a5, hitting the a2 pawn, and using this moment, Jan pushes for e6, giving no time for him to take a2 pawn. As we know, if a2 is taken, you take back with the rook, knight e5, and now the rook is under the pin, and you're about to lose that rook. So, almost instantly, Arjun responded with pawn to f6, holding the game steady, where Jan defended the pawn in a steady way, you know, because if you push the pawn in the end game, that's what I call this, your core becomes weak, which means pawns will be more accessible for the opponent. Knight on b4 holds the pawn chain together and steady. I would say knight to b4 definitely has an idea once this pawn is defense with pawn a4, going to knight c6, going to knight d5, even hitting e7. Probably some g4 actions we can even see in the future. Maybe even rook d7. But you gotta be careful. If you go to knight c6, if you go to rook d7, you just gonna blunder, queen just getting into e1.
And then you can thank your stars that you have a queen to f1 at that moment, and you're not immediately getting checkmated. But
so the queen comes to the help. Yeah.
Queen always rescues the king in life as well as in chess. But right now, I actually love the idea that you're saying. By the way, we do have a move. I see Arjun's king is on g7. So I think after knight to b4, he did place his king to g7, just walking away from any checks on that diagonal, potentially when the e-pawn moves forward and consolidating the position. Because of everything you said, and a move I really want to get in, if I'm white here, is rook to d7.
Rook to d7, instantly.
I would love to play that. And maybe it's not the best move, but I'm making a case for the fact that I'm eyeing a7. I'm threatening the move g4 to go rook takes pawn next.
I like it, yes. Hitting the knight.
Hitting the knight, destabilizing it. And I was a little afraid of the move rook b8 because I thought I'm walking into a checkmate in one just as we were discussing. But I do have queen f1. So can we just have that on the board? Okay. If we just go rook d7, rook to b8, I believe knight c6 and white is super happy here. Because again, queen to e1, and there we see queen f1. If you're forced to trade, you're going to lose your second pawn in this endgame.
Yeah. Both of the pawns are hit and the rook is as well at this moment.
Jan Nepomniachtchi might just be looking at his bounce back victory today. And what a way to do it, to take down Arjun Aragaisi, who is very much in the chase right now.
From the openings, you know, Jan Nepomniachtchi looked like a different player today. Did you see his time management?
He was slower.
He was slower.
It was the first time, Shad thought, that he was behind on the clock from his opponent. That hasn't happened in Uzbekistan and
Not
Tashkent
really.
so far.
I don't know how many times it happened in Nepo's career, you know? He's the guy who plays the fastball. He's the guy when he thinks for 6 minutes, 8 minutes, we think, oh, that's a long by his standard. But today, he did take time in the openings, which I would say ended up being like successful, yeah? Taking time, thinking all the ways in. Yeah.
Should we just investigate a little bit more about how dangerous this position is? Because he's not, he hasn't yet. If we pull up our live board alongside our analysis board, we can maybe deep dive some of the lines that we've got here with us.
So
There we have it, bottom left. That's the current position. Rook to d7 is what I want.
here is a question. Does move order matter, you know?
Let's find out. I just feel like rook d7 is a human move
Yes,
here.
the
Let's
most natural
go. Our
one.
bar will tell us whether it's correct or not. So what you're trying to imply is that maybe start with g4.
Maybe start with g4, maybe knight c6, you know? All of the ideas are, I mean, with g4, it's more forced because rook d7 comes attack on e7, you know?
You know, the reason I didn't want to go g4 was because I thought black falls
Immediately
back with the
weakening,
knight to d6 maybe.
Oh, yeah. I see.
And I'm just saying, and this also shows why Arjun put his king on g7. Now there's no rook takes knight on e7.
Oh, yes.
Imagine if that king was on g8, then suddenly ideas of a check and winning on the game on the spot. Now my rook isn't coming to d7, Shakdot. And I don't like that. I want my rook on the 7th rank.
I see your point, yes. So, yeah, rook d7. It's a promising one. Yeah, knight d6 would stop your idea of rook d7. So, I'd agree with you on that moment, yeah.
All
Rook
right.
d7 we go in. But, okay. How about anything in between? Because this queen is eyeing here and eyeing here, you know? Maybe first rook d5, get it out, then
I
go
like
rook d7.
that. Okay, that I love. That I love. Because that queen on a5 is on the edge of the board, but a scary one. Because it's just about to jump in with a check. It's making my knight not so flexible. Rook d5, and you just place the queen at a less desirable square. Actually, you don't have so many squares. Anyway, defense c1, so I don't really care.
Okay.
But let's go. Maybe queen a3. And queen a3 is such an Arjun move as well. Just staying always active.
Yes, yeah. But gotta be really careful because rook d7, we explored this line, but he's getting in, you know? So this one advantage is we kick the queen out. The second thing is, did we kick out to the right square or not?
Did we just self-goal ourselves? All right, well, we've got Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's trying to navigate these variations right now. In his mind, I'm expecting. And he's reaching for the rook. It's all the way to d7.
Rook d7.
And
yes.
it just had to be the move, you know. Shakzot, I think, from a human perspective,
Exactly.
you don't want to allow knight d6 blocking that file. You don't want to allow the queen come in with rook d5. Rook d7, and the big threat that Jan has set up is the move g4 next. Kick that knight out, win that e7 pawn. Goodbye, I'm going home.
What do you think? How Arjun's gonna neutralize it? This is common idea, I think, in chess.
You mean stop the idea of g4?
Yes.
Now that you've said it's a common idea in chess, I'm going all alpha 0 mode right now, and I say push that h pawn,
H5.
go h5, my knight on
If
f5.
h3,
Keep on going.
h4, yes.
The party continues up the board. I think this is quite a key concept you're showing, because once that knight gets away, black's kingside will fall. And you definitely don't want to place your rook on e8 in those positions to try to hold passively here.
Yes.
It looks very ugly.
Considering your pawn down, you know, on the queen side, he's gonna dominate.
So Arjun Arga is in big trouble. Let's move on to our other board. We saw a lot of action on Nicholas
Oh, yeah.
versus Shakhryar Mamedyarov.
So, wow, what's
Whoa.
going on here?
I think we have to backtrack and do an action replay to really take it all in.
All right, all right. So this is quite a position out of the opening where white got back the pawn. He sacrificed. Seemingly material is equal, but this g4 pawn was quite a weakness, which will create alongside this diagonal. But as we can see, that didn't open up anytime soon. Okay, oh, wow. We had this d5 sacrifice as well. After take, I understood what's the compensation Nicholas trying to get. Okay, we do see g5, and we have seen rook to e5, kicking the queen. And I would say the idea is doubling up the rook on e5, probably. And we see queen g4 check, bishop g3, hinting it as a strong move. Bishop d1, probably attacking the queen out. if any square queen moves except h3, that h4 bishop is dropping. The game is quite wild, and as we can see, maybe d5 did have a point of leaving the bishop from the activity for a while. You know, because we evaluated out of the opening that bishops had quite a dangerous idea once it gets opened up. So that sacrifice had two meanings. The first one is opening up the e file for the rook to get more activities. The secondly, limiting opponent's bishop on b7.
I will point out though that, you know, white recaptured and regained with knight takes pawn early on in the opening, and d5 was a pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
And it just feels like momentum has shifted a little bit right now. I see that black can continue development, get that knight out. It's all about finishing development to try for advantage. You've got the better pawn structure if you're Vachier-Lagrave. You know, you're trying to get in c5, d4 at the right time. Wherever you move the rook in this position, I'm not sure where you want to place the rook currently.
I guess, you gotta be careful because that rook is also
G5 is
protecting
hanging.
g5. Yes.
So if that's not an option, then you have to first drive away the black queen
Exactly.
from
Bishop
being in
d1.
contact to the, and let's say the only square that you earlier highlighted has to be the
H2.
move.
And
now
gotta
you
get
move
it
back the rook.
Yes. But you gotta be careful as well. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 squares. I mean, not be rook e3 immediately out. You face bishop g5.
You know what's
cannot
the
block
dream?
the queen.
What's the dream for black? Let's say you put the rook on e2. Let's just put it there. It's not an ideal square, I feel, because you're coming in the way of your own bishop, and I'm surprised the bar didn't react. But what black can set up now is to get d4 and c5. By the way, knight d7 on the board, we might be seeing this line play out. If that bishop on b7 becomes a sniper, like you call it, becomes that dragon, you know, spitting fire down the board, suddenly all the light square weaknesses after the move d4, c5 to follow up.
Whoa.
Huge case for black. By the way, queen h3, he's reaching out for that queen. Shakhriyar on our live camera there. We have this position, Shakzad.
Yeah, we have this on the board. And where he's gonna move is a rook. Where Nicholas gonna move? Because rook e7 is also one idea. You know, you want to keep the rook active.
I would not put it on e2 because after the move d4, I want my bishop on f3 as white.
Yes.
I want to place it on f3 so that I can kick your queen out via g2. So rook e2, I just wanted to make a point, but the fact that the bar did not react makes me a little nervous for white's position here.
Oh, you know what? I
is it?
think because now the knight can help out with going to f4 square. That might be only dynamic, you know,
wow.
resource to fight back in this game for Nicolas Theodorou.
Yes, but rook e2 is not a natural
Yeah,
move.
it's not a natural.
You know, is it the best move in the position?
Turns out, by our fish suggestion, yes, it is.
What's the second best move in the position?
Second best move. Oh, wait a sec, it changed. Okay,
Okay.
it is changing at the moment to rook e7, but okay, rook e2 remains the first one.
The argument
rook e-
against rook e7 as a player is that you're always a little afraid of bishop
Yes.
takes pawn.
Yeah, you gotta
And
be
there,
careful. on
yeah,
that.
you placed all your rooks and queens on the dark squares. But I will say that rook e2 does not happen.
Yeah,
I find
rook e2 is.
so
I wouldn't say
inhuman.
human.
It's just not human.
Yeah.
All right, so Nicolas Theodorou in this position right now has to make a decision with his rook. For Vachier-Lagrave, can he follow it up with the d pawn and the c pawn moving up the board? But Nicolas with 8 minutes on the clock, pressure on the board, pressure on the clock.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It's not an easy game for him right now to continue, considering everything is dynamic, and they are just at move 22. 18 moves to go. So considering he has 7 minutes, he has to make the move in 30 seconds each, I would say.
Oof.
Even faster.
Big pressure on this one. Let's move over to Madaminov versus Vidit Gujarati.
Alright.
That's the next board where we are headed towards. And that's a huge one. Currently, for Mukhidin Madaminov, he's at 3 points with a very strong advantage with the white pieces. We'll deep dive into this, but I just want to set the stage. If Madaminov takes down Vidit, he'll continue his double story. 2 wins at the start, 2 losses to follow up, and 2 wins going into round 6.
He's making the
Round-
burger, you know.
Yes, you put the bun, then you put the patty, and then you put the bun again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those patties the bad part.
Usually in a
Those
burger,
are-
it's the other way
it's the
around.
other way
Not a
around.
fan of the bread, but love the patty.
Yeah. But in Madamina's story, it's the other way around, and he is progressing. He's going steady. He already set up his bishop on c4. The interesting thing is, you see, it's pointing out bishop h6 is strong, so which means bishop moved somewhere, then came back to h6 again.
And show us how that happened.
So let's have a look. where we left off. We just left off at king g2 and taking, and Vidit played rook to d7, which was followed by rook to h1.
So sidestepping bishop g5, just making sure that there are no skewers.
Bishop to f8. Okay, there was a kind of trade offer, which Mukhidin Madaminov refused, went back to bishop e3. We have seen bishop to g7, bishop to c4, setting up knight g5 ideas, I guess. Hitting more f7. Queen b3, I guess, would be more pressure on b7 and f7 as well. But let's see how things turned out. Knight to d8. Okay, out of question. Making this steady. We have seen queen to c1, knight to e6, and bishop to h6. Offering for a trade because he is saying if take, does he want to take with a queen and check and then go all the way queen h8 and pick up a8 rook? Is that the idea? Or do we have something more interesting from here? So let's explore. Queen h6 is a steady one. If you do nothing, I'm going all the way in.
So can you go queen g7 here?
Queen g7?
Bishop takes knight, I think.
Yes.
And you're basically saying that
your
I'm
pawn
about to pick
structures
up.
are, yes. If you take it,
Queen g5.
queen g5. I wanna
e5
get
hangs,
in,
rook
yeah.
h6.
Whoa. All right, so queen h6 seemingly a promising line, but how about if he protects a rook? If he doesn't give up the rook, can the game still continue?
I just want to point out bishop takes bishop hasn't been played yet on our live board. It's very interesting that how Madaminov first declined the bishop trade. Now he's offering it on his own. With the queen placed the way it is, the feeling is that after bishop takes bishop, he wants to jump in with the
Yes.
queen. Because he had the option to trade earlier.
Exactly, exactly.
And he declined it. He retreated with the bishop. With it, meanwhile, on the camera, 6 minutes on the clock, 9 moves to be made. The players get 30 more seconds here. But this is nerves. It's again, Vidit is in that situation, he's up in exchange. Let's do the math really quickly. White has a pawn and a bishop for an exchange. That's 4 points to 5. But also a lot of play on the king side and currently a bishop pair in the attack.
Yeah.
So it feels like it should be enough compensation. He has a lot of time. We saw Madaminov, he was walking around. Now he's come back. I think Vidit's feeling the pressure. And allowing that white queen to come in on Madaminov's term is not what Vidit will go for here.
Exactly, exactly. But which move you want to make with black? It's not that easy game. You have the waiting move, but earlier idea can play out, which means after even trading off, there is that g5, knight h2, knight g4, knight f6. Dark squares will be weak and will be penetrated by the knight. Knight can hold steady on f6 if this unfolds.
And I think the reason you're putting that rook on e8 and not on d8 is very important here because after rook to d8, rook e8 is not a very natural move here. You're kind of lining it up against the pawn. You just take that knight.
Or bishop.
Or take the bishop. I like the bishop because queen takes bishop. This is huge compensation for white. You take that knight, you jump in with your knight on g5, you jump in with your queen on g5, I'm sorry, and you're winning
Same
the e5
idea,
pawn.
yes.
Beautiful, beautiful position. That extra exchange means nothing at all. But if we back up and you take with the knight, then my queen anyways arrives in the square that I wanted to come to.
You're getting to queen to h6. Although knight e6 might seemingly holding stable, but that queen will be kicked out. You cannot hold the knight, you cannot hold the h8 at the same time.
Wow.
The moment you go to queen g7, the line which we explored even can play
E5
out.
is hanging.
Yes, takes. He can go for immediately, or he can even, turns out he can wait. But I would say this is the most natural one, of
And
course.
then go rook h6
And then
next,
rook
and then
h6.
pick up
Everything
the g6
forced,
pawn.
yes.
Beautiful. So Madaminov is potentially about to take down Vidit Gujarati. Bishop h6 played. And, I want to talk a little bit about this. Again, the Uzbeki field that we have here with the youngsters. The tournament started, it's now in its 3rd edition, Shakzad, with the whole idea that the young talents of Uzbekistan, the future of Uzbekistan chess will get the platform to fight against the elite in the world, the biggest grandmasters in the world. It almost feels like an Uzbekistan versus the world tournament in all these 3 editions. And by the way, with Gujarati ready to make his move, he declines the trade. He says, I will fall back. That bishop is a key defender for Vidit.
Yeah.
He wants to keep that alive at all costs. What I wanted to ask you was, what is the equation between the youngsters themselves with so much competition, so much rivalry, sports being such a big part of Uzbekistan chess? Do they work together? Do they train together? Or is everyone on their own path?
Usually, everyone has their own parts, but there is one part everything is connected with, and that is with government, you know. We have the main supporter, the government. Of course, you know already in 2026, Olympiad is happening here in Uzbekistan. And the government putting the investments of millions and millions, you know, to bring the talents of our young chess players. We have seen that since 2022.
I wonder what happened in 2022 that made that a reality.
Okay,
I can't remember. Was there a big event or something?
Okay, it's not 2022, it's even 2021. Let me put it that way.
Wow.
Because you know what happened in 2021?
2021.
There is one Uzbek player got the
Of
world
course,
champion
the youngest ever world rapid champion. That is what happened in 2021. At 17, Nodabek Abdusattorov took the World Rapid Championship. On the way, defeated Magnus Carlsen.
Yes. Very crazy games. And from here on, we already started investing more and more on chess. And in 2022, we got the first fruit of it, you know?
It still hurts to think about that fruit for an Indian, but it is true. That was a big, big year. And what a dramatic Olympiad that was.
Yes. But I have to give a credit, you know, for India's team. You know, they were doing really well, and we have seen it, you know. They deserved it anyways. They got it in 2024, almost like, with, I would call it almost domination, you know.
And didn't Uzbekistan get the bronze in 2024?
Yes.
So in 22, Uzbekistan got the gold,
Okay.
India Team B got the bronze, and then it all switched around in 2024. And I think the 22 Chennai Olympiad was really the kickoff for the India-Uzbekistan rivalry.
Yes.
And I keep saying this, and I'll say this again. I think that rivalry is going to be the defining storyline in the chess world for the next decade.
Exactly. I do agree with you. Wow. However, what's Prag's age, you know? Because Yakuboyev's age, Vokhidov's age, these players are comparatively older than you think, you know? But Sindarov, Abdusattorov, and Mukhidin Madaminov are, yes, youngsters as Gukesh, Prag, you know?
Pragnananda is 20 years old. The World Championship that will happen between Gukesh and Sindarov, it is going to be the youngest World Championship in the history of the sport, where Gukesh will be 20, Sindarov will be 21 by the time the match happens. The youngest World Championship so far was Gukesh versus Ding, where the average age was 30. And the average age this time will be 20.
20,
Let that sink in.
Yes. And just to point out, Yakuboyev and Vokhidov Shamsuddin, they are 24.
Yes. And Vokhidov is leading currently, so he is... It's really strange when you have to call a 24-year-old a veteran, you know, in the tournament.
Yeah. But Arjun, guys, he's also in a more kind of older generation.
He's 22.
22.
Yeah, so old.
That
is so old. 22. It's crazy. I feel like a fossil in the chess world right now, Shakzad. But it's incredible to see these youngsters, what they're doing. You know, now they are the elite of the chess world. They are the ones who are in the top 10. We see a complete change of guard where you have the youngest ever World Cup winner, the youngest ever World Championship going to happen. You have the youngest ever World Rapid Champion. It's just youngest ever everything. And the youngest ever player in the tournament right now
Madaminov
is about to take down a Vidit Gujarati, but he needs to be precise. I'm going to say it again. I think the evaluation bar is a little deceptive in this, in human terms.
How do you call it from the time perspective? You know, 40 minutes against 4 minutes.
I would say if there was an eval bar for that, it would be skyrocketing. That is the most concerning part for Vidit right now. To defend against the attacking possibilities that Madaminov has here, under 4 minutes, should we just look at some lines here right now?
Yes,
Bishop to h8 has been played.
Because right now, White has to create an idea of progression. Otherwise, he's just staying stable, and I would call it maybe wasting a little time. He has to be fast. He has to act. So we know the H file should be something to get into. And my question is, it's going to be doubling up, of course. The most natural one is maybe Queen G1 to Queen H2. But alternative is, do you want to put your Queen ahead or Rook ahead, you know? Because you can move away the Rook, you know, up. And then set up the Queen behind it. And kick that Queen out and then make some Bishop F8 idea.
All right, well, Madaminov has
Oh,
ideas of
wow.
his own. He goes for a different approach. And this is what I was talking about, how difficult this position is, that he makes this move and suddenly black is back in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just not an easy find. Nothing is easy in these kind of positions. Queen e3
I'm
has been
trying to
played.
find the purpose.
Yeah,
Why
what
he
does he want?
exactly? He wants to stop knight c5 or what? Okay, rook d8 is almost instant. What is his creative idea? How
It's
he wants things
it's
turned out?
definitely not to go to a7 to try to win
Oh,
any
wow,
pawns
wow.
because that will be the mouse trap. You suddenly go b6 and that queen is just blocked out from the rest of the game.
Yes.
So don't try to get greedy if you're Madaminov right now. But then, you know, to your question, queen e3 just feels like a bit of a waste of time.
Exactly.
You want that queen on the h file, either behind the rook.
Or ahead of the rook, because you have g5 bishop f8 idea, you know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Madaminov is now gone into a think, but he's ready with his
Okay.
response.
Oh,
Knight
okay, knight to
g5.
g5. Oh, maybe he did wait for rook d8 happen so that he can go to knight d5.
A provocative move. Provocation here. Knight g5 now cannot be captured because suddenly bishop takes knight would win back material, and if it can't be captured, Vidit Gujarati might be left with a fractured pawn structure on the right
Yep.
flank, right? Because knight takes knight is your big threat.
Can you make a move with a knight at this moment?
This is the big question, and to me, the answer would be a big fat no, and I'll tell you why. If that knight goes to, let's say, the only square you have, you take that pawn on f7. Only way to recapture rook takes. Now you're not capturing that rook. You slide back with the bishop, and basically black is about to lose both the elephants
Yes.
in the room.
Oh, it's not gonna be just the rooks, even bishop as well. You know, to some
Everything falls.
extent. If the queen holds on this rook, you take it. First rook out, second rook out, and the bishop is out.
And that's lights out. Rook takes bishop would be the end of the game. Okay, this is really smart what Madaminov did.
Oh yeah,
You know, he made a move that feels completely harmless. It feels benign.
bringing the provocation.
Yeah, and Vidit makes, with little time on the clock, the hand move, the most natural looking move in the position. Develops his rook, and this is what Madaminov was getting ready for.
Oh wow, yeah, that was smart by him.
Very clever stuff.
Yeah, this reminds me of one thing. You know, there was a game between Karpov and Kasparov, and they were playing. Karpov was in a time trouble. Kasparov, seemingly, there was visibly one strong good move. Everybody evaluated that, okay, that's what Kasparov is going to go for. But he went for something dubious. Dubious. And the game ended, okay, he eventually won the game. And then after the game, they were asking from Kasparov, okay, there was this strong move. How did you miss that? Did you miss that? Or what happened here? And then he was like, okay, my opponent, Karpov, was in time trouble. And at that moment, I was sure he is thinking that move, you know? And by by making the moves that's not obvious to the naked eye, he went for some strange move, but the smart move, you know, which eventually, of course, got his opponent from a comfortable situation of natural calculation.
I think that is a great point you make, because all the top players, they talk about how being practical is much more important than being objectively correct.
Exactly.
So you sort of throw off your opponent, you know, a move that he hasn't been looking at, force him to burn the clock, and that becomes a big pressure. And that's what we see players like Hikaru and Magnus do to perfection. When their opponent is under time pressure, they will create so many practical problems, pose so many questions, even if objectively it's not the best move. But it's all about winning the game at the end of it, right? It's not about trying to find the beauty and the truth in the position. That can happen in the analysis. Head and hands it is for Madaminov, but it is Vidit Gujarati who is in trouble in this one. Knight g5, queen has gone back to e7. Let's quickly go to another game. I think we'll come back to this as Vidit is under 2.5 minutes currently. I want to take your attention to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Arjun Aragaisi. Arjun has just made a move that pushes the white knight, destabilizes it, but the problems continue. Let's just do a quick action replay.
Okay, we do see, actually, it turns out, rook d7, queen e5, and there wasn't any g4 because he's got to be careful, but there was a g3. So Arjun made pawn h5, stabilizing his knight on f5. Queen e5 also had 1 point, which was pawn a5, which we have seen in the game, and that's where we are at.
So not too many moves have happened. I'm actually expecting Jan to pick up that knight and hit that queen and pawn. Let's just have the arrow on the board. Knight c6 feels like the move that your hand really... Everything, the whole house.
Yeah. Okay, what would be Arjun's mind at this moment? Because he's trying to get back into the game.
Yes.
His rook is not in yet.
No.
So let's play out how it's
Okay.
going to unfold. Knight c6, hitting everything. And the only move that fights the game is, of course, naturally queen e1. You have
Makes
that
sense.
in between check, king g2, and suddenly the rook is getting into the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this one I missed.
But the question is, can Arjun even push some g5, h4?
I will kid you not, but g5, h4 has Arjun written all over it. You know, Arjun's name does not have a G and an H in it, but that is the kind of plan that Aragaisi is always looking for. He wants to try to strike towards the opponent's king. And with the queen on e1 and the knight on f5, it's the kind of stuff he's looking for. But first question is, can white untangle? Because the queen on c4 needs to stay connected to the e6 pawn. So you can't really go queen to b5 here.
Yeah.
The only square is d5. And I want to check this out because after queen d5, we do see it's not an accurate move. And I'm trying to work out why. I would be scared of stuff like knight e3 here.
Yes.
And is it an instant? It's not an instant perpetual, is it?
No, the queen can help out, I guess.
Yes, but
bring
can we
it
show
back.
that quickly? Knight e3, pawn takes knight, queen e2, you hide on h3, and the white queen slides back.
Yeah.
But can we set this up, Shakzat? The idea of knight e3.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess there is no rush for black to act knight e3 immediately. Maybe it does set up his queen to e2.
I like
this
that.
is getting in.
Exactly. This
And
is
now
what I
f2
want.
is also falling, you know, if you're not accurate. Wait a sec. There is almost no move for white to react.
Knight c6 on the board,
Knight
by the
C6,
way. Yana
okay.
Pamnoshi's gone for this. Arjun will for sure go for that check. You have to hide against all the threats that are there and line up that rook on f8, which has no play at all, wants to get to c8. Watch Arjun, pick up his hand, pick up the queen, slide it over, give a check on e1.
Yes. Okay, we see that on the board.
Only move king to g2. You can't come back with your queen. E6 is tanda. And now Arjun will move that rook over to c8. You want to pin it and he'll play it fast. He does it. Arjun Aragaisi, I have a feeling, is back in the game. Suddenly, the queen and the knight, you know, they say is the deadliest combo in the
Yes,
attack.
exactly.
Add the pin on it. We're in for a spicy ride in this one.
Yeah, it's not anytime soon. It's ending, you know. It's going to go for long, maybe.
I love
We
it.
will see how things are. Okay, the move's been fast. A3.
And Jan,
Holding everything off, you know. Okay, what are you going to do if I just don't let you play?
A3 is nerves of steel. You know, it feels like the queen and the knight are about to combine against your king and you don't care. You're setting up b4. You're saying, I have an extra pawn, Arjun Aragaisi.
I'm going to push
that
all the
pawn,
way in.
push it up the board. It's coming for you. So Arjun cannot wait now. He has to try to create threats in this position. You know what, Shakzat?
Do you see Arjun's style of...
The idea you
G5,
mentioned
H4?
earlier. Please can we have the arrows on the board right
Okay.
now? Because if g5 happens, the position explodes completely.
Yeah.
The game totally goes out of anyone's control. It's full chaos mode.
But he has to, you know. Otherwise, all pieces are done, you know, from progressing. That's his final chance of getting into the game. Be sharp.
I just want to point out that the white queen and the rook are stopping any queen e2, queen d2. So there's no way to pin on the second rank, threaten any knight e3. If you try to attack that a3 pawn with the move queen a1, which feels active, white can simply start pushing the b pawn. It's coming. b4, you don't even care about a3. b4, b5, b6 is in the air. a5 tender as well. So let's see what happens with g5 really quickly.
Yes. So G5 hitting
After a3.
Oh yeah, A3. Let me make the move on the board, and we have G5.
And let's bring up our analysis board and keep the live board with us. G5. Shakzat, break this down for us.
All right, on G5, we obviously see the pressure would be on H4. So one thing I want to point out, you know, white can do in between move of Queen D5, hitting the knight. But guess what? You have King G6, but besides that, if you're creative, you can go for Knight G3.
No. Okay,
Because now, you know what's happening? Check. No more king h3 for you.
Gotta
You go
show
to
that.
king h3,
Oh.
g4, checkmate the king.
Wow, what a line. That is tricky. So after g5, that means if Arjun plays g5 in this position, white has to not move the queen, because you move the queen anywhere, knight takes pawn is a massive
Exactly.
threat.
You cannot leave e2 square empty. Yeah. So the natural sequence would be taking,
Okay.
but I would argue if immediate h4 would be effective because there is no rush for it. Maybe you can take it and then build up.
That is, you need nerves of steel to make that move. Pawn takes pawn, and the argument is that the white queen isn't able to check on the dark squares. The knight controls d4, the queen controls c3. And what if you still go d5, queen to d5, because now knight takes pawn, there's queen takes pawn.
Yes. But do you have still that g4 resource, at the end?
No, but knight...
It's a lot more complex, I think,
Oh,
'Cause
you mean
king
knight e3 this time? Or-
Yes, knight e3 this time.
Because let's just show that now taking on g3 walks into g5. Whoa. So you give a check from e3.
Takes.
Aha. And
Queen e2 check. Goes into here. Now g4, you have king h4. It's not the same anymore. But can you check for a little? Oh, wait a sec. Look at that queen. This is protecting the knight, right?
yes.
So which means, is queen g2 really a resource? Not
Oh.
really. You're going to drop the knight. So which means he can check around.
Incredible. And if white comes back, you win the knight on c6, and Arjun getting ready to make his move. Meanwhile, I think he goes g5. Shots out, we're going to see g5. If I know anything about Arjun, oh gosh, make it happen, Arjun. It's your only hope to fight this position. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in full control and ready to go b4 otherwise. He's getting ready. I think he's billing himself. He goes
No,
king
he
to
goes
f8. He
f8.
doesn't. This is a setting up move. He is defending e7. He definitely wants to go g5 next. He sidestepped the diagonal, but Arjun was ready to strike with g5. And now the big question is, does Jan have time to stop the counterplay of g5?
So what if he just continues the plan?
b4?
b4. You're going to take it.
Yes.
Take.
And can we see if you can go g5 now? Because that is the big question to me. And look at that. It is apparently there is some big difference now. So pawn takes pawn. And what is the problem here?
Rook can come back, it turns out. Hitting the pieces. I don't think knight e3 is same anymore.
No, because you don't have
Oh,
a check.
yes, you don't have e2.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to understand this. So go rook d5.
I guess. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Knight to d4. You let him take c6 knight. I go queen d4. I go all the way queen h8 to checkmate.
Incredible.
But you know what? Arjun has another thing in mind. In the dynamics right now of the exchanges, a file just opened up. Let's backtrack a little bit. Is he trying to get the a file? Rook a8, rook a1, queen h1, checkmate. Is this his idea? He's trying to fight back.
That looks very strong, but in my head I was trying to work out the difference between having the king on f8 and having the king on g8. And I think I figured it out.
Okay, so let's have a look. Let's backtrack to before king to f8. So we do have g5, takes, and on rook d5 situation, yes?
Yes, and look at this difference. And I want everyone to just follow this, because this is how subtle and nuanced chess is at the top level. Arjun's king is currently on f8, but he had to play g5 before putting that king there. The difference is that now if you go rook d5, the resource that works with the king on f8, just pick up the king and put it on f8 so people can see it. You can just pick and drop. Yeah,
Okay.
This is what it is right now. In this position, if the king is on g7, had Arjun played this, rook d5 isn't possible, because now you can take, let's just go back. Now you can take the knight on c6, queen takes knight, give a check on e3, take that knight, and the black queen keeps checking. And now the white queen is blocked with its own rook. What is the different Shahzad is that if you just go back and see, after g5, pawn takes pawn, let's say b4, king f8, b4, g5, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, rook d5. Now rook takes knight is met with a rook takes knight coming in with a check, which is not possible if the black king is on g7.
Oh, yes.
And
I
this
do
was
see that
the-
resource.
This was the difference, and why the computer wanted g5, and why Arjun Aragaisi's king is suddenly misplaced on f8. This is elite level chess.
Exactly, exactly. But do you think still Arjun wants to do g5? If he wanted to do g5, he would have done it.
I think he was setting up for it. You know, he
He's-
was getting ready for it. But if he had to play it, it had to be on the move before. Because if you're not playing g5, there's no
Yes.
counterplay. The knight on c6 dominates.
Exactly, knight c6 on dominates. I would agree with you. But one thing is interesting, which I pointed out earlier. You know, b4 takes, it just opened up the a file.
But you don't have to go before. You don't
Oh,
have to
yes.
give this dynamic. You can wait. The point is that Arjun has
Oh, wow. Yes, there is one point I see. What if white does nothing? Even white does maybe a4, rook a7, maybe some b4 ideas, or
If-
just maybe picking it up. But he got to get out of the pin.
Arjun has to play g5 in this game, and if he has to play g5, he needs to do it with that king on g7. You know, my feeling is if white plays the waiting game, I will not be surprised if the engine says the best move is king g7 and g5. Make that
Possible,
happen.
possible. Very highly likely. Yes. If let's say rook just holds d5, d3, or any other moves, I would agree with you. Probably there is king g7.
And again, let's just show that the problem here is now trying to go on the counter offense with g5 falls to a really, by the way, we do have a decision. He comes back. It is the waiting game by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He plays the move rook to d3. No more g5 for you. There are no checks on e3. There are no sacrifices. The rook is ready to go to f3 right now. And I wonder if this is the moment that Arjun realizes he needs to step his king back to g7.
I think he has to do it. Because what is rook d3 is progressing into? It is just rook f3 we are pointing out. But with rook f3, what's your idea? To take the knight or to push b4? But sooner or later, you have to make the b4.
All right, well, rook d3, a waiting game here by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Arjun Aragaisi under tremendous pressure right now. He is trying to get that g5 break in, but isn't ready yet. It looks like Shakhriar Mamedyarov is ready to snatch up a point against Nicolas Theodorou. Let's head there directly.
Wow.
Look at that position.
What a wild game. What just happened? Okay. Seemingly, Shahriar's tactical motives worked out. If you look at it, he's up a pawn, yeah? But
Yes.
king is very weak, you know, white's king. So let's backtrack. We were right here. Knight on d7 attacking the rook. We have seen bishop to d1, queen to h3. Okay, we have seen rook e7, which is natural human move. And we have the offer to a trade with rook to e8. Queen to e3, forced exchange of the rook. We have seen h6, bishop h4. Okay, that's where how liquidations happen. Rooks are out of the board, bishops are out of the board. And wow, look at that. After knight c6, we have seen knight to f6.
Wow.
Brilliant move. Wow. Let me show this idea.
Yes, you have to show this to us. Break
If
this
you
down.
take it, now queen is not guarding g5
Beautiful.
anymore. You go queen g5, hitting the rook and a king at the same time. But let me continue, because you're hitting b7. So I take you, you take me, I take you again. And now I'm just going to check, bring up the rook, and the king is getting mated. So I wonder if knight f6 was missed in Nicolas Theodorou's calculation, because that's where he started to think longer, because his other moves were not within 1 minute. Also, I have to point out he's in a time trouble. Yeah. Okay, so we did see queen to b7 after a long thought, queen g5, and Shahriar did pick up the rook, and that's how we ended up on this position.
And now this is our live current position right now. Knight f6, I'm with you. I think that's such an easy miss to have. And what a beautiful find by Shakhriar, just showing his A game with his tactical vision there, disconnecting a key defender in the position. He set up the queen on c2. By the way, this is the second game where we see a white knight on c6. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a similar concept there. Queen c2 pins that knight. You're getting ready to advance the d pawn as well. Also, the black knight always ready to jump to e4 or to even g4 in certain cases now that the white
Gotta
queen.
be careful, yes.
No, you will pick up the knight at the end of it. So there
Oh,
are
yes.
ideas like that as well. So getting ready for all these tricks in the position. I like the move queen c2, and of course, not to mention a4 hanging as well.
Yeah, but
Amongst
interesting
other
thing is
things.
a7 is hanging as well.
And I wonder after knight takes pawn, you will probably pick up one of the two pawns. I would go for the a4 pawn.
Okay,
Oops,
okay, wait a sec. He's
oops.
down on his last seconds. Let's keep it on the
Let's
game.
go live with our cameras into the tournament hall. Knight takes pawn has not been played. He does stop the idea of the black knight jumping onto g4. And now, does Vachier-Lagrave, against 35 seconds of Nicolas, start pushing the d-pawn already? d4, you have to calculate what happens after knight takes pawn. Let's go full screen on our players. And there we have it.
I mean, d4, knight a7, I think d3, you know, he's going to keep pushing. Okay, let's show that line. I'm wondering if there are some queen f5, some perpetual checks ideas, but I think there might be. Because if you check and do this, it's more ideal. But let's evaluate. If immediate d3, there is this check. He goes back. This pin doesn't allow the pawn to progress further. So for that reason, you got to check first and then keep pushing your pawn. Yes, d pawn is very dangerous pawn at this moment, and to my eyes, it looks unstoppable. With the queen, and even if you put the queen behind, the knight can help out the progression as well.
Well, I will say that Vachier-Lagrave had an extra pawn yesterday against Madaminov and wasn't able to convert it, walked into a one-move blunder, so he knows he needs to be alert and precise. He's going for that exact idea that you're showing us, Shakzad. d4, confidently played, gets up, leaves Theodoros to his troubles in the position.
Okay.
And
yeah, did Theodoro make a note of the move? No, he's rushing and making the move first. Okay, we do see knight a7 on the board.
he's going to fall back with the queen to the center of the board, centralize it,
E4
gives the check, push
immediately.
that d-pawn, making sure that white has no counterplay, no checks on that f5 square. King will fall back, d3 incoming, d2 next. You also have your queen assisting, right? Even if after d3, white tries to bring the queen back into the defense, there are ideas of queen e1 check and d2, and we see there, Vachier is reaching for that central d-pawn. Almost feels like he's got a halo on top of him right now, with the lighting that we have.
Okay, I think Nicolas is hoping to give away the knight for that d-pawn and push his a and b pawn together. That might be his only hope on the game, what he is trying to.
Great
with the last
call.
moves. Yeah.
Great call there, Shakzad, because that knight is headed to c3 to sacrifice itself. Otherwise, black would have landed a new queen in the position. But I just wonder how easy that's going to be, because there are ideas of Vachier pushing d2. The moment the knight falls back to c3, the black queen can infiltrate back to the square from where it came from.
Pinning.
Pin
all the
and
way.
win.
Wow. And even if the queen moves away, some d8 or b8, maybe not even promote first, go knight e4. Get the knight out of c3.
I love that. That is brutal. And you basically get rid of the key defender here for Nicolas Theodorou. It's only 36 moves. He looks at his score sheet. Still a long way to go. Wait a second, but
Yes.
what has happened? Because they're on move 36.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little bit of confusion going on there we see with the players. Four
Counting the
moves to
moves.
make.
Yeah.
To make time control. Oh, and Vachier is like, you know what? I'm just going to win on the board. I don't even care about the clock. Interesting. For Theodorou's under a minute and a half. 4 moves to go. And he's trying to figure out if he's missed out on any move. How many remain. As he does mark.
You know, in those time troubles, Nicolas Theodorou has stopped noting one of the moves. That's what happened, and right now his notation is slightly different compared to Vachier's.
So he sees on Vachier the correct move counter is there. Shak was writing every move, but Nicolas missed a move in the scramble. And now, according to him, there are 5 moves to be made, but the correct counter is at 4 moves.
4 moves there. That's exactly
Very
right.
fascinating. And I think he's figured that out as he gets back on the board, because his biggest problem is not the clock. It's the position.
It's a position. It's a D pawn.
It's the D pawn. It's a big pawn on the board. Should we jump over to back to Madaminov versus Vidit and get an update on that one?
Yes, Vidit was close to a time trouble as well, if I'm not mistaken, but let's see what's going on in their game for a moment. We'll be coming back to this very soon. Okay, jumping to Madaminov's game against Vidit Gujarati. So let's see what happened. We have the pawns doubled. As we can see, the trade happened on e6. And at this moment, seemingly not a lot of moves we have seen. Queen going back to c1. Wow, look, queen e3, queen c1, going back around. I wonder how many queens were made in the 5 moves. 3 or 4 moves out of 5 was with the queen.
It actually was at c1. He put it on e3 and then he fell back to c1. So I'm with you. I think a lot of queen shuffling around. It's like you do its job, then you come back and reroute itself. He was setting up the idea of lining up the queen on the h file. First withdraws from the bishop to e3. No more trades on g5 for you because of the battery. And, you know, we speak about the extra exchange for with it, but the rooks are only as active as its infiltration squares. None on the file.
Yes, bishop, rook, all of them are under control. And then we see queen c2. Wow.
Oh, he's setting up queen b3. Another queen move, and he wants to now line up the queen to the bishop that's unchallenged. He spots a weakness on e6, and that's the direction he wants to take this to.
But I mean, you can defend it, right? With rook e7 or rook e8.
But with it had to play b6. That's the point I wanted to make, because queen b3
queen
had
b3
a double attack threat.
Okay, I'm with you on that. So b6 did defend, and all of the moves are done very fast.
Yes.
So far, within a minute. So Vidit is managing his time and trying to get to move number 40. With extra 30 minutes, he is trying to hold the game.
Wow, so it's hot action on this one. Vidit Gujarati, to no one's surprise, for the 6th game in a row, is now under big time pressure. We're quickly going to go into a short break, and we'll be right back with all the action. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. The positions are heating up and the clocks are on fire as well as we go into time pressure territory right now. One board has ended. It was an early quick draw between the two Uzbekistan grandmasters. Bottom right there, Vokhidov, tournament leader, holds peace against Nodibek Yakuboy, but all other 4 boards hot in action. We've got top left Yan Nepomniachtchi making a push for a win against Arjun, but a crazy position there. A position for all 3 results. The last move, given a question mark by Arjun. Is this the moment that Yan pounces? Hans Niemann against Nodibek Abdusattorov in the balance, though for Nodibek, the piece is definitely better placed than Hans's. We've got Madaminov making it for a win against Vidit Gujarati right now. The bar is sky high for the Uzbekistan youngster. Currently, a lot of weaknesses. Down in exchange for a pawn is Madaminov, but the bishop pair, the pawn formation, the structural weaknesses, and a potential passer on the left flank make life very difficult for Vidit Gujarati. Bottom left there, and that's where we're going to head to Shahzad. Shahriar Mamedyarov is putting the finishing touches against Nicolas Theodorou.
Yes, let's jump into the game. And we have seen queen to e1 check by Shahriar Mamedyarov. Wait a sec. I know what Shahriar is doing. He wants to get that extra 30 minutes as well. Come on. He just went queen e1 check, king g2, queen e4 check back.
You know, I would feel that that would make so much sense if it was Shahriar with a reverse clock situation.
Yes.
So it's slightly surprising to me that he's letting Nicolas just a little bit off the hook by offering him a repetition here. Equally surprising that Nicolas doesn't immediately put that king on g1. My bet here is we're not going to see a repetition.
He's going to go king g3, you say? Or
he'll go king g1, but
king
Shahriar will not repeat,
yes.
and d2 coming in.
Yes, as we have shown, let me show it one more time. d2, knight to c3, queen coming to c2, helping this promote. Because the pin we have all the way down to the queen, if you protect it from queen d8, you're going to face knight to e4.
Beautiful. And that would be game over, just deflecting, getting rid of that defender. This one feels like it's in the bag for Shahriar. There's still fire on the other board and time pressure territory, so I'm going to pass the ball to you right now. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Ergaisi or Madaminov versus Vidit Gujarati? Where do we go next?
Okay, let's have a look to Jan Nepomniachtchi's games against Arjun Ergaisi, because we have seen some interesting new ideas there. Jan suddenly finds out that d7 square is not the best for his rook, but f3 is better. Maybe he's trying to set up his rook behind his pawn on b4 right now. So, but at this moment, look at the evil bar. It is saying it is steady for black suddenly. So why is it saying so? Because the game is anything but equal, I would say, you know.
White has an extra pawn. You have this dominating knight on c6. You have an even more dominating pawn on e6. It looks like the king is relatively safe. I'm with you here. It feels like Nepomniachtchi should have an advantage. b5, b6, b7. And you're getting a new queen on the board. The white knight beautifully placed for that, which means that Arjun has to be dynamically very strong here. He has to play with energy here. And I'm trying to understand, how do you coordinate? The one idea that you earlier mentioned that comes to my mind is if somehow Arjun can set up counterplay on the first rank. Rook a8, rook a1, combine that with queen to e1 or queen to d1. And I'm coming for your king, Shahzad.
Yeah, I see. I see your idea. So that's why my thought is, if rook a8 doesn't immediately happen, maybe what Jan has to do is rook a3 to neutralize that rook, to control the game from far ahead. Let's say rook a8, we know this is expected move, so that's how he can cut out the idea.
But the big question to me is that has Jan Nepomniachtchi, by placing the rook on f3, if black was to blink and put that rook on a8, which feels like you're activating that rook, but you walk away from the pin on the c file, is Nepomniachtchi ready to sacrifice his exchange on f5 is what we need to check.
All right, let's have a look. If rook a8, we have rook f5 idea. Oh yeah, the pawns looks really bad. Takes knight e7, the f5 is going to fall apart. That's what he's been. And yeah, g7 is so good looking square to get the queen into.
That would be just game over, right? That would be GG's on the spot. The e6 pawn, knight takes pawn, queen coming onto the 7th rank, which is why Arjun hasn't rushed with rook to a8. Rook a8 runs into the sacrifice. So suddenly Jan's rook on f3 makes a lot of sense. It's always ready to give itself up the moment Arjun gets active with his own rook, and that's game over for black if e7 was to fall.
Exactly. Well, let's backtrack a little bit. So he went back to rook d3 with an idea of getting rook to f3, which we have seen through bird eye view earlier, and queen d2, pointing out as a mistake. One more time, evil bar showing that there is a draw chances, but it's so hard to find, you know, what's going on with a draw. You have to make those accurate moves. Sometimes, you know, those evil bar you look at, that shows that you have to make 10 brilliant moves in a row to hold those evil bar evaluation. But we do see queen d1. And as we pointed out, rook a8, rook a1 about to happen, but rook f5 is always a threat. So what is White trying to do? My initial idea was, okay, if rook a8 is about to happen, do it rook a3. Stop it. Stop Black from doing any
I love
progression
that.
on the game. But considering rook a8 is not even on the table, how Whites want to progress this game? You cannot do another waiting move. Although, like, Arjun is kind of stabilizing, holding, like, what's your idea? He's telling to Jan, because feel free to take my knight, because it's pinned. You didn't get out yet. How are you going to react to it? Or, yes. Queen c5 takes queen e7.
Is rook takes knight a threat in this position? Can we see
Okay,
that?
let's have a look.
No, sorry, not here. I mean for black. Like if you go queen c5, because or queen b5, I wanted to really walk away from the pins in the position.
To go knight to d4?
I want to try to make that work, but I don't know if it does. But can we try it out?
Okay, let's have a look.
It doesn't. The bar disapproves. And knight jumps to d4.
Queen holds.
Yeah, and
You're
the problem is
pawn,
you can't even take it with the knight.
Yes.
And then queen takes rook. It's a lost king pawn endgame. So that tactic is not there for Arjun. He has made his decision right now. So he's holding on with this last move. And it is Jan Nepomniachtchi on the play. If you can move the queen and rook takes knight is not a threat, can I just go queen to b5?
At this moment?
I want to go rook
Queen
takes. I want to go rook takes knight and knight takes pawn.
Ah, okay, I see.
Ooh, and I've just walked into something massive.
The beautiful one, you know, earlier we talked about, which is from a8 to a1.
Yes.
But now what's happening is knight to d4, you take it, rook to c1, all the way in, and you cannot get the king out because it is...
That is stunning. And that is undefendable.
Exactly.
White just loses. You're going to get checkmated.
No way to stop it.
Okay, I'm going to say this, that Jan has to be careful about this trick. I mean, it's not the easiest trick to spot.
Yes.
And for Jan, it's just so tempting to, you know, he set his rook up on f3. I want to walk out of my pin. I want to set up rook takes knight. But Jan, do not touch that queen on c4. You have to make sure that the black rook does not penetrate, does not infiltrate onto that first rank.
I think it's just knight d4 threat. As long as he takes care of knight d4,
yes.
If it's not on the board, the queen is always, yes, holding it.
But how easy is it for Jan to place a rook which has gone on f3 with a very clear motive to give itself up for the knight on f5 to now think about rerouting itself to the other side?
I wouldn't suggest to rerouting, considering rook a8 is not something he has to take care of. But how about putting pressure on e7 itself? Maybe queen c5, rook f5, queen takes e7. But you got to be careful on this knight, of course. But seemingly the promising line, I think this can turn out in a good way. And now b pawn can push its way all the way in.
All right, wow, this is an incredibly tense moment right now. And as Jan is navigating his way through, there's tension on the other board as well. I want to divert our attention quickly to Hans Niemann versus Nodibek Abdusattorov. Let's just take that in before we move on to Madaminov against Vidit Gujarati. This one is in the balance. It stays in the balance in 0.0. But I just want to point out that Nodibek's pieces are so incredibly active and well placed currently. But the problem is you've maximized everything. You don't have time to pick up on b2, I want to say right now. If rook takes pawn, you will...
It's White's turn, I think.
Oh, and that's why you don't have... If it's White's turn, the bishop's... Oh, and the bishop on d2 is hanging.
Yes.
Completely walked. Knight d5. Let's just back up one move. Let's just show what Nodibek just did.
Oh, he just went into that.
He just planted his bishop on d4, trying to deflect that white knight from b3. Putting pressure on b2 as well.
Yes. But one thing is, if bishops are on the board, I mean, bishops off the board, let's say. Let's take it out. The pressure comes to b2. How exactly? From, let's say, if knight moves away, knight b6, knight c4, you can just push pawn to b3. And the knight planting on d6 even has a chance to bring it back. Or is there a way Hans is thinking even to activate the rook and give up the pawn for a moment because he can go after f7? There are several possibilities.
Several possibilities, and even though the eval bar says this is in the balance, the piece activity that Nodibek has, that beautiful knight on d5, might end up being the MVP in black's position, the most valued piece in this endgame. b4, a beautiful pawn as well. Nodibek will try to make Hans sweat in this endgame. So many decisions to be made by these players. We're going to go into a quick short break and be right back as Jovanka joins us back on the call as action heats up at UzChess.
We are back and things are brewing here in round 6 of the UzChess Cup, and we're going to dive straight into the action because look at the clock. Arjun Erigaisi has 34 seconds to make one move, and as Tanya and Shaxod were really nicely highlighting, his position is teetering on the brink. So many possibilities that he has to calculate. Rook takes f5, queen takes e7, tactics galore.
And he just played rook 8, but this is a bad move.
Oh my goodness.
This is what he had to not do. He has unpinned Jan Nepomniachtchi's knight, and this just means that this is the moment Jan can strike on the board with rook takes knight and pick up the e7 pawn. Jovanka, how many times have we seen the 40th move blunder occur?
I know. It's such a pity when this happens, because Arjun was fighting so hard, keeping the game alive, and now suddenly with one move, everything is undone. Tanya, just an action replay as to why Rook a8 is a massive mistake.
And we left it last here. Jan Nepomniachtchi putting pressure, keeps everything under control. Went queen to c5, passing the ball to Arjun Erigaisi right now, who had to play his last 40th move in under a minute and a half. And this is where he stumbled, in a position where he had to just find a waiting move, a very difficult one. The only one that keeps things in the balance is driving your queen to the other side of the board. A very hard find. That queen, super active. You don't want to touch it. And Arjun made the most natural human move with 20 seconds on the clock. A huge blunder right now, freeing up that white knight. And Jan Nepomniachtchi can strike with rook takes knight. You take that rook, queen takes pawn comes in with a massive check. You can go anywhere you want, but it's checkmate to follow. White just picks up the whole house with his queen and combines it with a knight check at the end of the lines. Checkmates, checkmates everywhere, however you look at it. What Arjun has set up, he hasn't missed rook takes knight, Ivanka. He set himself up for rook to a1.
Yes.
He's going for Jan's king, but he didn't have enough time to calculate this, and I believe queen takes pawn is about to happen on the board when the king will step up.
Which looks like as safe as houses. However,
is there a however? Because, you know, the bar keeps doing this dance as well, Ivanka, and I'm just, the more I look at the position, black is threatening a checkmate in one. Your king has nowhere to hide. You're either giving Arjun a checkmate yourself if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, or this just ends in a perpetual. There are no two ways about this.
Okay.
And I'm struggling to find the knockout checkmate for white here.
Okay, because it does look like the king is completely safe for the time being, but there is a queen f8 check. So
only move.
King has to shuffle backwards. And now
let's say you give another check.
You give another check, but the king
I can't go back because then you pick up the pawns with check and eventually the white rook will find its way in.
Exactly. You don't want the shield to be destroyed. So king h6 has to be played.
And let's just have our live board on the screen as well as we are analyzing this position.
Yep, let's pull that up and, well, maybe we need to let the engine crunch the numbers as we are seeing here that the evaluation bar can't quite make up its mind. First, it's winning for white. Now, it's not so winning for white. It just means that the position is actually very, very difficult to calculate. But as it stands, where is the checkmate?
And I'm just trying to figure that out. It turns out, Ivanka, that the way to get an advantage in this position, and again, it's so complicated that even our evaluation bar and our engines are struggling with this. But the move here, Yovi. I'm going to give you...
Rook takes h5.
I didn't even have to give her one guess.
No, that's the only move that can continue to prolong the game.
Fantastic. And only one way to recapture. Now, this one's easy to spot. That king takes rook, I have to show it, lands in checkmate. You just calculate that through. We've got our live board on our bottom right. These are the lines that we're looking at. These are the lines that Jan Nepomniachtchi is currently looking at. You know what, Ivanka? I'm going to do a quick action replay from the very start. How we got here. Rook a8. If Jan, in the current position that we have in front of us, gives up the rook, Arjun has set up, you can't take the rook, you get checkmated. The counter checkmating idea of lining up the rook and the queen to h1, a checkmate in one. And it looks like black's king is not surviving this. How are you surviving this with the queen, rook, a knight, and pawn? But turns out it's not easy to deliver checkmate. And this is what Arjun was calculating, failed to find a repetition, and confidently has gone into this line. Rook takes pawn, Ivanka. You can't pick it up with your king. If you pick it up with the queen, the king loses space to run, and you're running into checkmates after the queen lands on f8, king h7. With no checkmate threatened, white has enough time to get a second attacker with some deadly threats.
Yes, but there are other ways to capture. We saw that you can't capture with the queen, you can't capture with the king, but you can capture with the pawn. And here, this is where the evaluation bar is going to stay level, because the problem is that black is threatening queen h1, and unfortunately that is a checkmate. So you have to carry on with the checks, and it's not possible to introduce the knight on c6 into the game with a check.
You're just one move short. If white can get the knight to combine with the queen, that's busted for black. But you don't have a move, and chess is often a game of one move. And I have to say that this is actually given a blunder by our engines.
This is the live.
The
Rook
live
A8.
board, rook to a8, has been given a double question mark. But I think Arjun has overcalculated the engine right now. I think it's the engine that has to be given the double question mark.
Yes.
And has Arjun just outfished Stockfish?
It certainly looks like he's outfoxed the fish. But there is one other move, actually, Tanya, that we have to calculate, and that is knight takes e7. Is this move going to be the one that gives white the advantage?
Big call.
Yeah.
So rook takes knight, very attractive, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is going down that rabbit hole, trying to understand if there's checkmate, because it's so incredibly enticing. Pawn takes rook, loses on the spot. Rook takes a1, rook to a1 feels like a checkmate. But if Jan calculates correctly, which he usually often does, he'll realize that rook takes knight does not work. And then come back to that drawing board and start looking at the other very attractive option. And this comes in with a big idea, right? You don't have time now to step up with rook to a1. Knight takes knight indeed does end in checkmate because the queen will pick up all the pawns with check and have a file for the rook to get into the attack. You can't really survive with your king. The whole house falls, everything burns, and as we can see at the end, in many, many ways, the white rook will get into the mating net. Jovanka, after knight takes pawn, the only move that Arjun has in this position, he can't allow the knight trade, he can't allow this knight to be out of the board. He needs to find the move knight to d4, hitting the white rook, and it's wild with variations. I think we'll do a deep dive into that once we get to this. But the best move in this position for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I'm just going to leave you on a cliffhanger to keep the attack going. And just sit back, because trying to make sense of this is going to be incredibly hard, is rook takes pawn.
Wow.
This
Rook
is the
takes
only
pawn.
way white keeps the attack. Everything else, black is right back in it. You don't even have too many squares. You know, you fall back, now suddenly black is ready to jump in with the rook. That's game over.
No more checks.
No more checks. You've got one check, but knight is beautifully placed to capture back.
Exactly.
And a knight is a king's best friend. Everything in the position is fine for black, but rook takes pawn keeps Jan's chances alive. He's getting ready to make his move. Let's go full screen on our players, Jovanka. Do you think Jan Nepomniachtchi goes for knight takes pawn? Does he find all the nuances in this position?
The problem with knight takes pawn is that rook takes f6 is such a difficult spot.
Yes.
And you are in danger of losing that one if you don't continue in that vein. And I'm going to say it's also so tempting, Tanya, to go rook takes f5. It's so natural. And at least at the very end of the day, you're guaranteed a draw. But, I mean, take a look at this. You're going to go a whole rook down.
And good luck evaluating that you're better here as white.
Yes.
From this point, from where he's at right now for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has to look at the analysis board position in his head and figure out that white's the one who's pushing for an advantage down an entire rook. The whole line revolves around the fact that the black king is just completely separated from the rest of the army, and the white knight, queen, and pawn will deliver some deadly checks. But the line goes on. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting ready to make his move. Rook takes knight is not the right one. He's reaching for the pawn. He's reaching for the pawn. He picks it up. Step one. Has Jan seen rook takes f6? Because that would be genius.
That would be indeed genius, UK. As we've seen, just ignore the computer's assessment of this position. It was pounding the table for rook takes knight, but that was only going to be leading to a draw. And Jan Nepomniachtchi making a quick move. Actually, I was going to say that he was very, very lucky that he got an extra 30 minutes on the clock. But I got to tell you, Tanya, we have our first decisive result of the game. Vachier-Lagrave Mamadjarov wins against Nicholas Theodoru with the black pieces. Maybe we can perhaps catch the players if they're still at the board.
Wow, and this was the final position of that game, and it was winning for a long time, but for Vachier-Lagrave Mamadjarov, he put the finishing touches flawlessly. It just feels like there's been a turnaround in the narrative. You know, the UzChess started for the first 3 days, only seeing decisive result, every single game being won by white. And now here we see all of that turning around. Shark scoring a win with black. We've got action on, and I think this isn't going to be the only decisive one. Look at that. Madaminov with a huge winning advantage against Vidit. But how trivial is this in human terms?
In human terms, nothing is ever easy when you're playing grandmasters. That's what I'm going to say. It's Vidit to play. The players have reached move 40. They've gotten that extra 30 minutes on the clock. So that's why Vidit is going into a long think. And the big question for him, as Tanya is highlighting, is how to defend this pawn on g5. So it's very instinctive for me to go queen to g6.
Yes.
At least you defend the pawn on g5. You are threatening to take the pawn on e4 with a check, which is also great news. But what are the responses? I saw a really swanky move, Tanya. I don't know whether it's the best move, but it's certainly a flashy one. What's wrong with just sliding the queen over to f5?
Wow. That's a stunner.
Oh,
That
and
is
the
a
evaluation, I
stunner.
love
Well
it.
done, Yovi. What a spot. The pawn is pinned. And let's just also set the stage that white has 6 pawns to black's 3. You're down in exchange, but do the math. Bishop and 3 pawns outscore a rook. So an endgame with this a passer moving up the board, assisted by the bishop, the rook's on the board, a queen trade is beautiful for white. No counterplay, no infiltration squares. This is going to be immense suffering if Madaminov has spotted queen to f5. Well, Vidit still hasn't made the move queen g6, but if he doesn't, g5 is about to fall. I'm actually not even seeing another way to keep this pawn defended. Bishop takes pawn is coming up if you don't. Maybe queen to g7, does that help? Or are you going to be swanky one more time, Jovanka?
Well, queen to g7 is certainly a possibility, also fighting against e4, e5. But I agree, queen f5. Now that I've seen the idea, I'm going to repeat it. And you're going to have to... You know what, Tanya? E5 is coming next. I was going to say you're going to have to sit there and defend e6. I don't think you have time. E5 is in the air.
You have to keep your queen here, which means that you'll have to put your rook on e8 to defend it. But notice how everything's sort of falling apart for black in this position. E5, not yet possible, Jovanka, but you could start pushing the a pawn up ahead. Rook h5 ideas. I also want to point out one more line for with it. Queen takes a5 was played. If you go queen g6, the reason e5 isn't possible immediately, look at that bar shoot down, because suddenly tables completely turn. Queen e4, and it's the white king that's under immense fire. First rank, you lose on the spot. Second rank, you also lose. Well, not on the spot, but on the next move.
Yeah. So queen to g6 does have its poison, but that can be swiftly dealt with a very nice
Beautiful.
queen to f5. And I gotta say, queen to f5 is great because it also allows e5, and as you mentioned, Tanya, I mean, can we put it on the board? Because one of the ideas is the queen sliding over to f5, and also in general, I'm going to say, is rook h5. You know, you don't even go for the subtleties of, you know, advancing the a pawn. No, checkmate ends the game. But we have a move, rook to d2.
Oof, that feels like desperation by Vidit. He's just put it in the mouth of that dark squared bishop right now, giving away his exchange, but he's saying, the position's busted otherwise.
Yeah.
I need to hit the chaos button. It's not brave, it's desperation. But sometimes that's what gets the ball going. Bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop, and Vidit is trying to get to the f2 pawn with tactics like bishop takes pawn. But Jovanka just feels like there has to be a way to defend this for white.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look. If you can get greedy, let's be greedy. What next? Can we now find a move that is going to be dealing with bishop takes c3?
All right, well, we will have that on the board. Bishop takes pawn is the big threat in this position. Maybe queen c5 keeps everything guarded. Jovanka, live board is the rook swooping into d2 right now. For Madaminov, it just feels like he's outplayed with it today with white.
Yeah. And I've got to highlight a few key moments that I was watching. You know, first up, when Vidit went knight to h5, all the way back in the early middle game, a lot of us, myself included, would have reacted in a really passive way. You know, I was thinking, you know, just give king h2, bishop f1, drive the knight back when it arrives. But he didn't bother with that. And it was something that Shakhsod has said time and time again. The Uzbek school of thought is to go on the offensive, is to go dynamic with your pieces. And then from there, he went bishop to b5. And here, this is the point. He just starts taking over the initiative.
And then this banger of a bishop takes pawn, setting it up and calculating and evaluating correctly that going down in exchange, the bishop pair and the attack on black's king gives you enough compensation. And slowly but surely, he builds on that initiative. He turns into a strategic mode now, where he again did a few maneuvering with his queen, Jovanka, gets rid of that dark squared bishop, denied, the queen came into play, and as we see the action and catch up with our live board, continuous pressure on Vidit.
Okay, continuous pressure on Vidit. So bishop takes rook is a possibility. You can also play something else, but it looks like it is one-way traffic for Mukhidin as he has a beautiful position. But Tanya, we asked the question earlier on in the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi, Arjun Erigaisi.
Oof!
Is it possible for Jan to find rook takes f6? The answer is a resounding yes. Absolutely. I mean, we gotta go to that game. Rook takes f6, and it's so mind-bogglingly complicated. Knight to d4. Of course, Arjun finds the best move.
The only move in the position. Everything else would have been busted for Arjun. You take that knight, you get checkmated. You fall back with your knight. The white queen comes into play. The king has no hiding spot. Knight d4. Arjun ready with his response. And this was the tough spot, Jovanka. And Jan was ready with his response. Takes it brilliantly.
Yeah, and just looking at the clock times, again, Jan makes really good moves quickly. I would say like 8 times out of 10, they are so dangerous, and he spots things instantly. And the king takes f6 on the board, and his whole plan was to go knight to d5, check, draw the king out into the open.
Only move territory for Arjun Aragaisi. He has to fall back to g7. Taking this pawn would be game over. There are a number of ways to win that. Knight f4 check. It's almost a checkmating attack, Jovanka, where in the end, notice loose pieces drop off. White's idea is to give enough checks and win that rook at the edge of the board. King takes pawn, walks right into that. He needs to keep his king far away from that black rook, Arjun Aragaisi.
And let's just show that, Tanya, because it's so instructive. So king takes pawn, the knight will come to f4. And the whole goal, as Tanya has beautifully explained, is that you want to pick up that rook on a8. And if you do that, the checking squares are covered.
King d7, king f7, there's a check at the center of the board, immediately picking up the rook. Only move to keep the game going, but not for long. Jovanka, it gets crazy, it gets absolutely wild. Again, you don't have so many squares to run to. You hide at the corner of the board, and if nothing else, you pick up this pawn, the whole house falls. You also have the deadly knight e6 check, and it's basically collapsing everywhere. You could also just go simple. Knight and 2 pawns win the game. There are stronger moves, but this would be game over for Arjun Aragaisi if he was to fall back with his king right now. You take that pawn, maybe not the most accurate. You go knight e6. It's an easy find, and I say Jan spots this.
Yeah, I think he would definitely spot that. So for Arjun, he cannot take that
Only
pawn
move.
on e6. He
Only
cannot walk
move.
into danger. King to g7, only move. And how is White going to continue, bearing in mind that White has sacrificed a whole rook to get here? King to g7.
And let's have our analysis board up right now so we can deep dive into these lines. Jovanka, I really feel like this is such a critical moment currently. Arjun, he's thinking he needs to spot that king takes pawn, walks into a number of checks.
Yeah, king to g7. I mean, you are voluntarily sidelining your king to the edge of the board, but it's not going to be very clear how to pick up the rook and get that knight away from d5 in order to deliver a check. So let's pull up the analysis board so we can really explore these lines. And of course, we'll be monitoring the players as always. And here we go. So the king goes to g7. Now, first up, how and where should White give a check? Is it queen to c7? Is it queen to e7? I instinctively feel that maybe there's no difference, but I would like to get as close to the king as possible. Would that be right?
Let's find out. Queen e7 check is the more human move right now, Jovanka, and it really feels like what you want to play. But turns out it only is good enough for a draw currently. Black hides at h6, and that's an absolute key spot for the black king. You don't want to allow queen f6 with the tempo and the knight coming in with checkmating ideas on g6. The queen from f6 will also guard any checks on f3. So king h6, absolutely key. And now White just doesn't have enough time. You know, you can't set yourself up with the queen moving forward here. Queen to f6. Yes, you stop rook a1. The queen coming back to a1. But the problem is that black gets the advantage here. And this is so complicated. Black has an entire rook. But you're making a case, now my knight defends everything close to my king. Your knight is under pressure. And I'm a rook up. And in the slow game, I'm taking this battle. Queen to e7 would be a big mistake here. After king to h6, the line to draw is simply to repeat with check, 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 check across the board.
Yeah. Okay. So we see queen to e7. It's tempting, but it's not the best. Queen c7.
The difference, Jovanka. King h6 is now met by a check. So you gain that tempo to let your queen onto that f file. You take control of that f3 square. And the moment the black king repositions itself, first you redirect your queen to a more juicy post. And now you have enough time with no checks in the air to start pushing your e-pawn up the board. And that rook stands for nothing anymore. And this is beautiful stuff. No time to go rook a1. That's checkmate. I'm going to quickly show that. Queen f8, king h7. The knight steps up. Game over. GG's right there. And if not, the white pawn is about to queen.
You know, Tanya, I was so obsessed with finding the right checkmate and the right check, I completely forgot about the other asset, which is the e-pawn. And this is actually something that might well occur in the game, but
But wait,
such a dangerous position for Arjun.
how is he surviving this then? If king g7 and Yan spots the right check, no king stepping up because queen to the right square, you win the game. You know, you reroute your pieces. The idea for Yan in this position is to fight two threats. Not allow rook a1 in time with a checkmate on h1 and not allow queen to f3. If you can do that, giving a check to the black king, you're winning. Which makes me feel, Ivanka, that the only move that black might have is at the corner of the board.
It looks that way as well, just to prevent the queen from coming to the F line with a check. And here, you guess you could throw in some more checks. But Tanya, let's maybe just find out the best line. And then I'd like to direct us ASAP
Can
to
we
the
go
game.
full screen on the players right now? And
I
we
think
will.
the cameras have just gone down, Tanya.
All right,
Today,
let's.
the internet gremlins have been in full force.
And I'm also struggling with my mic currently.
Okay.
So, all right. So we will try to make things work here. King to h8.
Yeah. Just quickly, just because I would really like to go to the game between Mukhadin and Vidit, because I think we're going to be seeing a result any time now. Because look at this. Queen a6, last move. Just saying, bishop takes pawn. How are you going to deal with that? The rook sits nice and pretty there on d2, but the bishop on e3 is doing a sterling job of keeping everything covered.
It's amazing.
Like it's a knockout.
It's a knockout, and also the fact that Madaminov does not care about material. It is about the quality of the pieces and not the quantity of it. He doesn't want to give up that bishop pair. He says, I don't care about it, rook on d2. My bishop, very important to defend the pawn next to my king. But the e6 pawn, that falls, the game falls. We will try to get the cameras up, but for Vidit Gujarati, this has to hurt. I have to say that he did have that miraculous spot of d5, and it felt like maybe fortunes are going to change in the second half for Vidit. But the reality is that Vidit, in a single game, hasn't really found his form.
No.
He struggled from the start of the tournament, Ivanka. And it just feels like he's really not found his rhythm into this tournament. For Vidit, the 1.5 points come with 3 draws and 2 losses. And this is about to be his 3rd loss in a row. And for Madaminov, that means that he goes into the final 3 rounds, into round 7 as one of the co-leaders.
Exactly. And also, it shows amazing resilience there from Mukhadin, because he started with 2 points, early tournament leader. Then what happened? He lost 2 games in a row, and then suddenly he's won 1 game yesterday. Some might say it was lucky, but it was definitely making the most of all the opportunities that came his way. And then now he's just played a great game against Vidit, full control, and really just showing us how Uzbek chess that has come to force. And I was going to say, there's a new style of chess in town, and it's called the Uzbek school. And as we are waiting there for the game to conclude, maybe we can get the cameras on Vidit and Mukhadin, because Vidit now, with his last move, king to g7, but for Madaminov, well, he is just now going to capture on e6. He can do that. He can then drop the bishop back to f5, and now the rook on h1. It looks like it's not a participant, but it absolutely is, as it can enter on h7 with the assistance. It's a game over, Tanya.
And he's getting ready to make his move right now, is Madaminov. That rook on h1 will play a beautiful defensive role if it's needed via the f1 square. If Madaminov does want to pick up that rook on d2, it's cherry pickings. Bishop takes pawn, great move. Bishop takes rook, great move. No bad moves in a winning position is the storyline for Mukhadin right now. Vidit Gujarati leaning back in his chair, but the position requires anything but relaxing for black. I do not see a chance to survive in this one. Madaminov putting the finishing touches. I think for Vidit, he just wants this tournament to be over at this point.
It's been a nightmare tournament for Vidit. No, losing 2 games in a row, and then, now losing a 3rd, not managing to get a decisive game. And he's been lucky. I don't think he's ever been close to a win in any of his games. So this is really not the start that he wanted. And it's his first tournament of the year. And I'm sure it's preparation for the Olympiad that's going to be happening in September in 2026. But
And if
he will need to sharpen up, there will be some lessons to be learned.
And if it does go down in this one and Madaminov gets a win, Yavanka, in a very long time in the live ratings, Vidit Gujarati will fall below the 2,700 mark for the first time in forever.
Yeah.
Currently sitting on 2,700, going on to this game, losing to Madaminov will cost Vidit the 2,700 club today.
Yes. Well, that is the way of things as he finds himself in trouble. There's one potential issue that perhaps Mukhidin is calculating, Tanya, before we leave this game, and that is if you do take bishop takes pawn, Vidit has prepared the sneaky queen to g6, just saying, hey, queen e4, that's going to be awkward. So how to respond to that, because we see the evaluation bar hasn't changed. Is it just a simple queen c4, everything under control? Yep. Bishop f5 next.
I love it. Bishop f5, and suddenly someone said hello to the rook as well. It feels like it would be game over. But not just this line. You could also pick up the rook, and I love me some material. I'm a rook grabber, pawn grabber, give me everything I'm taking. And just say that I play simple in this game. That's 2 extra pawns for white. e6, incredibly weak as well. We'll make that 3 extra pawns for white, Yavanka. No counterplay for black. Opposite color complex, but the only bishop that's playing is the light squared bishop. Sure, you've got to move bishop to c5. And maybe that is what is discouraging Mukhidin from going for this. The bar says white is completely winning in this line. But from far away, you start feeling, do I really want to get into these complications?
Yeah. Do you really want to go down this rabbit hole? And, well, it's a difficult one. He's going for queen to c6.
Trying to keep everything under control is Mukhidin right now. He plants the queen on a square where no checks via g6, c7 under attack, and slowly but surely the a-pawn is about to move up the board.
Yeah, I mean, he is spoilt for choice. It's that kind of winning position. He can also centralize the queen to e4. And if the queens come off, he's not that fussed about that one. Because as you said, the winning trumps, they are called the extra material and the a-pawn. So Tanya, let's move away from this game for just a moment as we bring up our bird's eye view, because I just want to give you an update on the other 2 games in progress. And we see Arjun Erigaisi still thinking as he ponders where to move the king. You and I know, and everyone watching knows, that there's only one square. The king has to go to g7, otherwise it is lost. But Arjun now has to spend some time to tread very carefully over the next few moves. I also want to go to the top middle board as we see Hans Niemann fighting again.
We have to go back. We have to go back to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. Top left board, you see the double question mark appear. Arjun goes the wrong way.
Okay, that took me by surprise, Tanya. I would not have expected that from Arjun. Knight to f4 immediately.
It's
played.
on. This is over for Arjun. He plays the only square where you don't lose the rook immediately. Just a quick highlight on that. If you fall anywhere else, a queen check would have picked up the rook. 2 extra pawns, winning position at the end of that line. King to f6, the only move. And now Jan Nepomniachtchi has to play one of the 2 checks. Either give a check from b6 or d6, but importantly, keep it on the 6th rank, eyeballing the pawn on g6.
Yeah.
Every other check, queen g5, very tempting. And surprisingly, black is back in the game after queen g5 check.
Really?
Which is, I have to say, the most human check on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, all 3 checks are very, very tempting.
Correct.
And queen to g5 looks just as good as the other 2.
So close, incredibly close to the black king, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And after all, you're thinking, well, queen takes g6 is going to be the next move. What is the difference? But let's kind of first work out queen to d6. So queen to d6, the whole point is if you step up with the king to f5, you can go queen to d5, pick up the rook on a8, and you can tell this is my brand of chess. No more calculation. Done.
And that is the most practical way to approach this position, right? You don't want to go into the labyrinth of it. You see that, you see your 2 pawns up, and you stop.
Yeah, exactly. And if the king goes back to g7 or f7, then here,
and this is the big difference. Yavanka, queen takes pawn, which would be the move if you had given a check on g5, keeps some advantage, but the strongest move that gives a huge winning advantage is jumping in with the knight, taking advantage of the pin on the d file, getting the knight closer to that king. If you take it, you lose your queen. If not, you move the king anywhere on the board. And this is not the easiest thing. Knight takes knight still gives white a huge advantage in the position, but the winning move is knight to g5.
That's just, I was going to say another level, Tanya. Knight to g5.
It's
You
insane.
don't even take the material on offer. You just simply start a new threat. Queen takes g6. That's going to be a killer because it's going to be backed up by checkmates on f7, h7. Queen to d5 is going to pick up a rook. Yeah, I mean, what about rook a7? Doesn't that cover both of them? Well, probably not, because you can go queen to b8 at the end of it, and you pick up at a7 with a check.
And the whole point is to understand just how difficult this is. It's a position where you're down an entire rook, and you're just taking the time out. Knight g5 also very smartly controls a check on f3. It's not only an aggressive move, but it just keeps everything, under control for white here. But white will have other options in that line, which will give advantage to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Queen to g5 is the one check that might allow Arjun Aragaisi back in the game. And the reason for that is this line. After king to g7, now you don't have any knight e6 checks because there are no pins on the d line. You will be forced to take. And apparently, Ivanka, here, there is absolutely no time for white to get the knight into the attack with queen f3. Sorry, not to e2. Queen f3, rook a1 in the air. Jan Nepomniachtchi will be forced to go check, 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 and take the draw here.
Okay.
So this is a bit of a minefield right now. Queen to g5 and Arjun's back in the game. Queen b6 or queen d6. Jan Nepomniachtchi on the call. Queen to b6. The difference here is that after the king goes back, you have a check on b7 picking up the rook, which is why this square works.
Okay. And that's also super easy as well. Because after queen to b6, king to f5, then you're just taking the pawn.
I've got the engine guiding me here.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I'm able to figure this out, Ivanka. Queen takes pawn. It is advantageous. And king e5. And actually now, even the engine finds its time. It's a very weak one right now currently. It takes its time, but this is winning with a number of checks. Queen g7. You keep checking till the black rook falls. But even here, the best line is, in fact, to force the king back. And the cleanest path to victory is the d6 square. It is, if Jan Nepomniachtchi goes queen to d6, he wins the game.
But, okay, this queen to d6 idea, which is just insane, all hinges, Tanya, can we play through that knight to g5 move one more time? It all hinges on this absolutely insane point, that the king goes back to g7, knight to e6, and now, after the king steps back to g8,
only move for a clear winning advantage.
And yeah, knight to g5.
You could take on d4.
Like,
you could take on d4. Rook goes to a1, and look at that. The bar says black is totally back in the game.
Yeah.
Queen h1 is checkmate in 1. Yes, you can pick up the pawns with checks, but it's just no time for the knight and the queen to combine.
It's just beautiful, Tanya.
It's stunning. And you only see this when the computer is guiding you. Good luck finding this from the starting position. This slow, small move, controlling the f3 square, realizing that your queen, it's one move, many grooves. Queen d5 wins the rook. Queen takes pawn checkmate. If the king slides up to try to hide queen e7 with checkmates to follow.
All of these guys are capable of finding this move. It's just seeing it on the horizon in your mind, all those moves ahead, especially when there's so many captures and so many possibilities. Because I'm just also thinking queen to d6, check. King goes to f7. Aha, I've spotted your wise idea of going knight to e6. No, there's queen to d5. So, okay, no fight there. Absolutely. So, no, I mean, what a beautiful line. And then the question is, which one of these checks is Jan going to go for? I reckon it's going to be queen b6. It feels like it's the most human, I want to say. Because at least you're thinking queen to b7 is going to pick up the rook. Ka-ching.
Ka-ching, ka-ching goes the machine. It's between these three checks. The worst out of them is the one that might be very tempting because you think queen g5, I'm eyeballing the g6 pawn, king f7, I win your rook, king to g7, come on, queen takes pawn has to be winning. By the way, look at how leaned in Jan is currently. He's calculating, bobbing his head, going through the variations. It's all about combining the queen and the knight in the most efficient manner. He looks up, he says, you know what, I got this. Jovanka, I think he does get this one in. He will find his way. Jan Nepomniachtchi is an attacker. He's an intuitive attacker. And he's going to feel that it's incredibly important to not only threaten the g6 pawn, but make sure that you have ideas of a check at the center of the board, picking up the rook. It's going to be between one of these two. And I say, Jan finds it, queen d6. He goes b6. He goes b6. It's on the board.
I'm sorry, Tanya. You can see he's been given an X, but okay. I think this one was the most human move. Queen to b6. If the king steps back to the 7th rank, queen to b7, and it will be 1-0 to Nepomniachtchi. So that means Arjun is more or less forced to go king to f5.
Yes.
Can he go king to e5? Is that also...
He's gone. We'll find out. King f5 was
the king
also
e5.
losing. Yes, king e5 is the move of choice. King f5 was also not working out for Arjun. King e5. And now Jan mustn't get tempted to pick up the g6 pawn with a check. Again, my top engine line is to push Arjun back and get your queen on d6. Jan can do that in two ways. Either give a check from c7. I'll draw a little diamond on the board there. But he needs to find the idea of giving a check on d6, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if you want to win this game. Knight takes pawn, might keep some advantage, but watch that bar go down. Arjun's right back in the mix. He'll have to win all over again.
But, you know, Tanya, you've been given the opportunity to play knight takes b6. You're going to do it, right? A knight and queen, the magical duo. I mean, you would never think it's to do with queen to d6 and the stunning point of knight to e6.
Here's my read. I think for Jan, while he was calculating, he saw that Arjun has to step up. And if nothing else, he can drive him back to the starting position and reconsider things. Let me just test Arjun in case he falls back to the wrong square. I'm still sticking with, you know, it's the hill I'm going to die on. That Jan Nepomniachtchi does find the idea of queen c5, queen d6, I believe. I think he will, because you're down a rook, right, Yovi? Knight takes pawn. Yes, black cannot step up because queen b7, not from that square, queen b7 wins the rook. You look at king to f5, and you have to find a path forward. Otherwise, queen f3 check, up a rook, and you're kind of questioning your decisions here. Knight e7, very tempting, but where is the checkmate? There's no checkmate. The king has so many squares at the center of the board and just about survives. f4 feels like it should be game over, but it's not. The king runs in, and now you don't have time to pick up the rook because the black king becomes an attacker, Yovi.
I get it. But Tanya, I don't think anyone is going to go queen d6 and knight e6 and then back it up with knight to g5.
Chat, what do you guys think? In this position right now, you know, he's got this option to go knight takes pawn, so incredibly tempting currently. Or does he figure out, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with 20 minutes on the clock, that the correct way is to push the black king, force it the other side of the board with a check on d6, and Jan can achieve it, but he needs to give a check from either of these two squares and then put his queen on the right square. If not, Arjun Aragaisi is right back into it. Really, really tough, Jovanka. Incredibly hard.
I mean, it is so difficult. And also here, everyone is just looking at the checks, Tanya. You're like looking at queen c7 check, knight takes g6 check. That is the rule that we've been taught. And we want to cash in the chips. We want to be winning the rook. It's such a difficult spot to find this queen check in order to go back and check on d6 and then go knight to e6. Nepo, what are you going to do?
Ooh, did you see that? He's really calculating. He's put his calculation hat on, looking at all the possibilities here as he navigates. Let's head over to Mukhidin versus Vidit, and we'll come straight back into this. I think Jan spends another 2-3 minutes figuring his way out on this one.
I'd also like to take a peek in on Hans Niemann and Nordebek Abdusattorov because their endgame is sharpening up very nicely. But first, let's check in and see whether there's been any progress made in the game between Mukhidin Madaminov against Vidit, and with the rook sliding to f1. Wow, that is as solid as it gets, as bishop takes e6 is next on the agenda.
It's coming your way, and Vidit just made his decision to put the queen on the light squares, just eyeing that e4 square in case the white queen was to move away. And in this position, how does Madaminov plan to finish this off? I wonder if you can take the pawn on c7. The bar does not move. The point is that after queen to e4, you never place it on the h-line. But white's making a case that the king falls back and you just don't have time to go with your rook on h8. Queen takes bishop is game over.
Yeah. The problem is that you're going to have to step up the board and allow more checks. So that is good enough. Queen takes c7. I guess you just have to smile and go rook f7 if you want to prolong the game.
If Vidit survives this, I mean, he's already used one of his 9 lives yesterday. He needs one more than today. It's that much of a lost position for white. You could potentially also just pick up the pawn on e6. Vidit is setting up ideas of doubling up on the h-line, really desperately trying to look for counterplay. Jovanka, this might go on for a little bit longer. You wanted to check in on the endgame.
Yeah, let's very quickly do that. But before we do this, Tanya, I'd like to actually direct us to the multi-board. Just because I just want to focus on those 3 games that we still have in progress and get the full overview. Because I want to update you. Queen c5, check.
Ooh, I think we have to head there. The end game goes on for a while, Jovanka. It's in the balance. That's where the fire is.
But the problem is like, what is going to happen next?
Queen d6. I've been telling you all this while for the last 15 minutes, Jovanka. I've looked into the future and come back.
You've looked into the future and come back. I couldn't believe that your prediction game is normally spot on. And by the way, I just wanted to say, Hans Niemann finding one of the best moves against Nordibek Abdusattorov. It was now the time to go on the counter with the knight to b5, threatening knight to d6.
Let's show that.
Pawn on f7 is a source of counterplay.
You've been wanting that, Jovanka. Your wish is my command right now, and we'll have that up on the board. This is where we are at currently. Knight b5, down a pawn is Hans Niemann, but look at the knight and the rook beautifully placed. The king at the center of the board, all the piece activity. It's turned around. Nordibek went pawn hunting, but allowed all of white's army out. Knight d6, a huge threat in the position. f7, a tender spot currently. Black's king back rank issues, enough compensation and counterplay. Hans Niemann is doing this very well.
Yeah, and I've got to say, he actually, after quite a sad opening for him, where he was very much on the defensive, he's handled it very, very well, I've got to say. You know, just knuckling down and just simply making sure that it's very difficult for Nordibek to hold on, just to try to break through. But as Tanya is indicating, I think you have to put the rook on b7, b2.
And just get your king closer to the pawn.
Yeah.
You pick up that f7 pawn. You plant your knight on d6. This is a defensive structure that Hans Niemann, who's not on his check currently, is aiming for. And black is not in time to give a check and promote. White's king doing a fantastic job of keeping the pawn under check.
Yep.
Knight b5, well done there. Let's shift over to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Aragaisi, because king f6 has been played. We'll have the right cameras up on shortly. This is a big moment currently. And queen to d6 is what Jan needs to find.
Queen to d6. This is the direction that Jan has to walk to with the queen. He's tried queen to b6. He must not try queen to g5. That is the worst of all the checks. He needs to find queen to d6 with this idea of then playing knight to e6. And on our cameras, we do see Nordibek Abdusattorov. He is locked in as he needs to come up with a way to start putting the pressure on Hans, but Hans playing a great defensive game. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, if we can bring up the cameras of Jan against Arjun, let's try to work out what direction is Jan focusing on. If he's looking to the right, that means queen to g5 is the next one. If he's going to the center, queen to d6. I think queen to d6, you're right, is the move that he will play.
Say that again. Love the sound of that. And I will agree with you, Jovanka. It just feels that queen g5, you know, it's a move that we've looked at. But as you go deeper into that line, and Jan has been trying to calculate now for a while, you realize king g7. Once again, I just want to show everyone, white is combining threats of queen and knight, trying to kill zone the black king with ideas of landing a check on a square that you lose the rook. So king f7 here loses on the spot to queen d5, pick up the rook, you're up 2 pawns, the knight defends the white king, everything super happy. Instead, if king to g7 and
Oh,
he goes queen b6,
b6.
is he going to repeat the position? Jan Nepomniachtchi does it twice. And Arjun Aragaisi is going to plant that king to e5, queen b6 played, king comes to the center of the board, the position has been repeated twice. Jan can do it. Yeah, can he go queen c5 or is king f6 a third time repetition for Arjun?
I think it's the... Let's go and...
So we had this position
Frantic.
once. We had this position twice. Jovanka, he can't. If Jan goes queen to c5, he's lost the opportunity to change his mind and go to the right square, because king to f6, Arjun will claim, is a threefold repetition. This position has occurred thrice over the course of the last 10 moves.
Okay, let's work through that one together. So the first time was...
I'm going to have that up. Just give me a second. At this moment. Now, a threefold repetition is sometimes direct. You yo-yo with your pieces, and that's an instant draw. But it's also a position that's occurred 3 times. Now, watch this. Jan gave a check with the knight. The first time Arjun's king lands on f6, it's exactly the position that we need to keep on our mind, and Arjun does as well. Then we go through a few more moves. Jan gives a check. The king comes to e5. Comes back with the queen. Second time the position has repeated. Yes, with a queen check. Last time it was with a knight check, but the position is exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Oh. So he cannot go queen to c5 because it would be a threefold repetition. But can he do... He can throw in a queen to c7, right?
Sorry, queen b6, king to e5, queen to c5. This right now was a second time of the repetition, Jovanka. And if Jan Nepomniachtchi for a third time goes to c5, this position has occurred thrice on the board. And it doesn't matter that the eval bar says that it's winning for white. Arjun Aragaisi can claim a draw.
Mm-hmm.
He can say that I want to put my king. He's going for a move. Queen c5.
He's going to go queen c7.
Oh, he goes the other way. And this is the way to get the queen to d6.
Yes. And to avoid any repetitions whatsoever. You don't even need to get into a debate with the arbiter whether it was accurate. King to f6. And now if he goes queen to b6.
He doesn't. He goes queen to d6.
He's
He's found the right path. And the difference here was, Jovanka, that if the queen was on c5, it was a position that's happened thrice. In this way, Jan avoids that, gives a check. Arjun ready with his response. Again, king f7, queen d5. He's gone king g7.
Okay, that was the first step, Tanya. This is now the second test. He has to resist the urge to play queen takes g6 and instead go knight e6.
He's reaching out for his knight.
He's reaching for the knight.
It's about to happen, and it does. Jan Nepomniachtchi, super precise.
Okay, and now this is the test for Arjun Aragaisi. Quickly, king to g8. And now this is the brilliancy.
It's test by fire. King to g8 is the response that requires the trickiest move by Jan. It looks like he's almost ready to make it. Knight g5 will begin. And he finds it. Fantastic stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing this out to perfection. He looks up. He knows he's done the hard job. And for Arjun Aragaisi, it's going to be the realization he's about to lose the rook or get checkmated.
Beautiful move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Arjun resigns after that whopper of a move. What a showstopper that was. Knight to g5. And Arjun loses.
A complete banger of a performance. This one was Jan Nepomniachtchi finding all the checks, as perhaps he tried to listen to the analysis of the players.
Yeah. And after that firecracker of a game there, beautiful victory from Nepomniachtchi, then we are going to move directly on to another game, which looked like it was sharpening up, but may just fizzle out to a draw between Hans Niemann and Nordebek Abdusattorov. And as we see, the knights have been traded. Tanya, when we left it, knight to b5 had made an appearance for white. Maybe we can just quickly do an action replay and then break down this rook and pawn endgame.
And that was a very accurate response by Hans Niemann in this position. Down a pawn, black is ready to march up the board. But notice how Nordebek's king cut off in the back rank. White's pieces now start combining. Huge checks on d6 to pick up the pawn. And the white king ready to slide back at the right moment. Not allowing the knight to jump in was Nordebek's check on c3. And it all relies on the fact that you have a trick to sidestep the pin. Knight takes knight. Oops, don't pick up the knight just yet. Rook takes rook. Everything falls. Rook e1 throws in a check. The king very smartly does not go the wrong way. You don't want to place it on d3. Jovanka, it feels like you're restoring material balance, but you've left your house on the right flank, and black starts picking up all the pawns one by one. g3 falls, and the house will collapse. Instead, king f3, you're relying on the fact that, yes, you win that knight back, but rook to c7 hits that pawn, and rook c1 was followed up. And now, for Hans Niemann, he can just sit still. The black king is tied down. You can just get your king to g2, sit in safety for the rest of this game right now. No scope to improvement. Yes, you can go king to g8, but Jovanka, nowhere else to hide. Notice how the rook and the pawn just stop black's king from coming into the game. All white's going to do is start shuffling with the king.
Okay, so this is headed to a draw. I'm also seeing that the other game between Mukhidin and Madaminov is also in danger of ending with a win for the Uzbek player. Maybe we go there because I feel like it's going to be resignation time. So this is the position on our boards. And we're seeing queen e4 check, king to g1 is a no-brainer.
Madaminov has picked up everything. Vidit currently is down 5 pawns on the board. It's 5 pawns and a bishop for a rook. I mean, what is that? 8-pointer to a 5. The whole board has been lost to the white queen. And just really quickly, queen c6, rook f8 hit that pawn, was defended. He lines up the bishop, e6 under fire. He picks up pawn number 1, lines up again, picks up pawn number 2. And there we see a check. This is where we are at. Jovanka, it has been a clinical performance by the Uzbekistan grandmaster against Vidit today with the white pieces.
It has certainly been absolutely devastating. Mukhidin Madaminov woke up today and he was like, I'm going to play some perfect chess. And I'm really impressed by the way he handled the middle game, how he's converted his advantage. And look at this position. It is the definition of the word control. Not only is he extra material, he controls all the squares. I mean, the rook on f7 needs to move at some point, and he's taking care right until the very end. You know, a lot of us, myself, basically myself, I was going to say myself included, but really it was just me, would have rushed with king to g1. I would have just, wouldn't even hesitate. But here, Madaminov is just simply saying, what is the best move? I do not need to rush. I can take my time. King is going to move to g1. Rook is going to move to a random square. I don't really know where.
You need to keep g8 under control.
Exactly.
But there are so many checks, and once the e-pawn starts moving up the board, these two bishops spitting fire, it's game over. For Vidit Gujrati, this would really hurt a lot. He drops down under 2,700. I think the last time he was under 2,700 was before the pandemic hit. And which also puts him in danger for the selection of the Olympiad team, which is rating based. And there'll have to be some math involved because it felt like Vidit had the spot into that, just need to get the number of games in. But with him losing these many rating points and the number and the players on the bench waiting for that spot, I wonder if Vidit needs to be extremely careful going into the final rounds of the tournament.
Yeah, he will have to suddenly start to turn things around because the last thing he needs is a rating disaster where he just loses all of the rating and his selection spot is in danger. But as it stands, king to g1 being played, the rook has to move somewhere, rook f8, and as Tanya's highlighted, once the bishop on d4 gets in on the action, it is basically over. e6. And I don't envisage black surviving this one for too long. In fact, you can be really sneaky, Tanya. In that kind of position, you can also go, it's after e6. you can go bishop to d3 as well.
Oh,
I
so
mean,
let's say
there's
queen
so
g6. You want to go bishop
yes,
to d3.
I want to go there.
Beautiful.
And then after that was checkmate. I was actually thinking bishop g7. But yeah, queen to g7 is going to be checkmate. And we see the rook come to f3. Okay, so there is one little trap in the
Ooh,
air. Rook takes
sneaky.
g3.
Let's show that. Let's just say you try to do the same stuff, threatening checkmate in one, but guess what? You get checkmated in two right now. So with it setting a trap in the position, rook takes pawn, and notice that you can't even hide with your king to h2. The queen will slide over. So a big threat right now. With this last move is coming in with rook takes pawn. So keeping everything under control, the first move that comes to mind, well, it's very tempting to throw in a check on g8. It looks like a beautiful check, but you could also start with the move bishop to d5. I'm just controlling the diagonal. You give up your rook. I'll happily take it, Yobi.
Yeah, and let's just show why that doesn't work. Rook takes g3. Looks
Oops,
like
no more checkmate
no
here.
more checkmate with the queen, but a lot of us would go, haha, but I can check with the rook. Yes, you can check with the rook, but it wouldn't get you too far after king slides to h1, and the bishop is still attacking the queen, so there's no good discovered checks. And there's no stalemating ideas either, because there's a bishop on d8. So all looking good for Mukhadin. And one thing to also say is that he does have to be careful, and we are seeing Mukhadin. He's taking his time. He understands exactly what the danger is.
And I'll quickly just take us to the Hans board as Mukhadin will make his final few moves, it looks like, in this game. And again, the ideas that we were discussing are on the board, on the Hans board currently. White has nothing else to do but just to make sure that the king does not move forward for Nodibek Abdusattorov. For Hans, he's achieved the perfect fortress in this position. There's no way to get rid of this pawn here. The king on f3, you know, it's already started its march. If you go rook to c2, the king will fall back, defend the pawn. And I'm expecting this game to end in repetition anytime soon. The only ideas that black can eventually set up, Jovanka, will be to try to get the f-pawn moving forward. The moment you do that, there will be a check on the board.
Yep. That's the only thing that I can see as well, to go f6 at the timely point. But also you have to time it correctly as well, Tanya, because the rook comes to c7, check. King is going to step back to f8.
It's trying to find its home here, but it will not help. White can just keep shuffling with the king back and forth. There is absolutely no improvement to be had for Nodibek Abdusattorov, which will put him at 3.5 points, half a point behind the leader going into the next round. Jovanka, we go back to Madaminov's board because he's not going to be half a point behind the leader if he gets the win in this one, and bishop d5 will be GG's on the spot.
It will be GG's. And I tell you one thing, who'd have thought it that going into round 7 that would have a scenario where the 10th seed, the last minute replacement, Mukhadin Madaminov, and also the 8th seed, Shamsuddin Vokhidov, would be tying for first place. As we see, there is a big moment here, queen to g8 being played. It's a check, but remember, Mukhadin has to be very careful because there is a slight threat of rook takes g3.
Just no waiting moves at this moment. You either defend the diagonal with the bishop or continue giving a few checks. He starts with that check on h8. The king moves to the only square that it has. And now, at least for a bit, Madaminov can't plant his bishop on d5. So again, rook takes pawn in the air. I'm expecting another queen check from him. h5. He goes for it.
Oh, he's trying to be...
e6. Does he want to get that in with a check? Open up the bishops?
It looks that way.
Should be good enough. I think he's going to reach for that central pawn.
And it's nice how the queen and the bishops can dance around the whole board. e6 on the board, Tanya.
Yeah, the black king is just running out of squares to hide to. And if you try to block that check, that bishop will be pinned. The pawn on g5 falling. Jovanka, I'm expecting Vidit to resign.
You think he's going to throw in the towel?
And it might be now. Bishop blocks, you lose the pawn. If you go back with the king, that's a checkmate in 2.
Yeah.
It's just a devastating attack. The two bishops, the two dragons in the position. He keeps the game going in for just a bit longer. Vidit is relying on one trap only. Queen takes pawn. He's hoping that after king h7, white falls for it. Suddenly the bar shoots all the way down because it is Vidit who will be checkmating. But Madaminov will not fall for this. He takes the pawn with a check. That's the 6th pawn. Vidit Gujarati is pawnless in the position.
He certainly is pawnless, but he's not toothless because there is one trap still left. And that is rook takes g3. So here, Mukhadin cannot get greedy. He cannot lose concentration. He has to continue with the checks.
If by some miracle Mukhadin was to fall into that, that will be Vidit Gujarati using one of his 9 lives today. If Mukhadin misses the idea of rook takes pawn, that is Kaisa very happy with Vidit Gujarati then.
Yeah. That's not going to happen,
I
Tanya.
do not see that happening, Ivanka. He's going to give a check with his queen, sidestep the attack, and then just fight against it. Now you could go bishop to d5 as well.
Yeah.
Well, that might be a little tricky because suddenly I'm seeing ideas of bishop takes. Can I just have a quick check on this? Bishop to d5 still winning. And I was wondering if you can take and then give some checks and make a claim for, but there's nothing. It's just checks. The bishop is a beautiful defender. Nothing to play in this position either.
And with the rook and the queen all willing to lift to the f7 square, it's going to be game over. So here, queen h5, and now Vidit has to just not look at the g3 pawn. He has to now just start to ham it up. Tanya, he has to go, oof, I can't believe I played like this. That's his only chance is with the amateur dramatics. But of course, for Mukhadin,
it's like he's willing, he's looking, he's staring at g3 like willing for that move to appear on the board. He's manifesting rook takes pawn somehow to happen. But I can't imagine Madaminov falling for this, Ivanka. He's also got about 20 minutes on the clock. And he's figured this out, that Vidit has a checkmate in 2. I just want to point out the triple double. And he goes in with a check. He can't stop checking the king currently. Well, don't take the bishop on f6, Madaminov. Once again, to just show Vidit's idea. You can't afford to fall into this one. We've seen crazier things happen in chess.
Do you think he's got planned bishop to e3 check?
But then you take the bishop and then you take the bishop. I mean, I don't know if you want to allow that. Bishop e3 looks very strong.
He's
reaching out for it.
And then the whole idea is that if you take with a queen, there's a kind of cool, no, there's a cooler line. If you go queen takes bishop. So the whole point is that you're banking on rook takes pawn. And
beautiful.
Then draw. That's not going to be happening. Yeah, he drops the bishop
e3
back. Check.
And if you take with the rook,
queen takes bishop.
Just don't grab the bishop.
No, don't grab the rook. That would be losing. But here you can drop. You can first up play queen f5. I think that will clinch it.
Everything's winning.
Yeah.
Just everything's winning as long as you don't take the rook here.
Or
it's not a narrow path to victory.
Actually, you can just go queen h4 check. And then go queen to g5.
And then pick up the rook.
Yeah.
Easiest way to do it. Finish things off.
Okay. So
he goes for it. We might be seeing this play out. Bishop e3, rook takes bishop. Madaminov is going to pick up the bishop, give a check on the h file, give a check on the g file, and fall back to win that rook. And that will be game over for Vidit Gujarati. It's a triple double is what it feels like. We're headed for Madaminov. Starts the tournament with 2 victories. Takes the sole position, the pole position, going into round 3, falls into 2 back-to-back losses, round 3 and round 4 disaster strikes, and then a huge comeback win yesterday in round 5, and about to get his 2nd win in a row against Vidit Gujarati, moving on to share the lead going into round 7.
Yep. And who'd have thought it? Starting with 2 wins, having 2 losses, 2 wins again. Mukhadin Madaminov has found himself in the lead alongside his compatriot Shamsuddin Vokhidov. And it's like I said, Tanya, number 10 seed. That's Madaminov on our screens there, on his way after queen h4. That is going to provoke resignation from Vidit.
This
number
is the
10th
moment.
Seed, last minute replacement. Now finds himself in the shared lead.
And you can only delay the inevitable if you step up with the king, trying to hide against the checks. The queen slides over, and either a check from h6 or g5 on the next move wins the game. Vidit Gujarati about to resign. He does make that last-ditch attempt, puts that king on g6. Ivanka, I'm expecting once the queen picks up the rook is when Vidit will put his hand forward right now. Madaminov enters as a last-minute replacement to Vachier-Lagrave, and going into the final 3 rounds will be sharing the lead, the lowest seeded player. He's showing at UzChess that seeds just don't matter in Uzbekistan. He is all of 19-year-old, and he does go on to take down Vidit Gujarati, going on to score 4 points out of a possible 6. A co-leader alongside Vokhidov.
What a dramatic day. And that was our final game ongoing in the Masters, as it was a draw between Hans Niemann and Norbek Abdusattorov. Let's listen in. And UzChess Cup has certainly delivered in round 6. 3 decisive results, 2 draws, one of them finishing at the same time as the game between Mukhidin and Vidit. And Tanya, maybe we can just quickly do an action replay of how the game finished, because we saw that White had what was a perfect fortress, but maybe some moves were played and maybe Norbek tried to break it down.
Let's do that. And on the screens, we can see Vidit Gujarati with a smile on his face with 3 rounds remaining. He's currently at 1.5 points. I think looking for a strong finish. It's not going to be easy for him, but Madaminov, we have to talk about what a day it's been for him, right? Getting that win against Vidit, his second back-to-back one that as well, putting him at the top spot. And Ivanka, Norbek Abdusattorov, his compatriot, will be joining him. There is what it felt like, because Norbek was pushing for pretty much the whole game. You know, he had strong pieces, he had the activity, he had the pressure on, but Hans Niemann, he kept it under hold, which means that Norbek Abdusattorov will be half a point behind his 2 compatriots. We've got Vokhidov, we've got Madaminov, and then Norbek right behind, half a point at 3.5 out of 6.
Yes,
Let's take it.
it's setting up really nicely, Tanya,
The
for
finish.
the last
Love it.
3 rounds. And yeah, going back to the game between Hans Niemann, Nordebek, Abdusattorov, we saw that white had that perfect defensive construction, and it looked like there was no way that black was going to break through. Well, we saw Nordebek try. He did get his king round the houses, and he put it on g7. And then...
And the
I think-
perfect construction is just relying on the pawn and the rook here. Black has beautifully cut off, well, white has even beautifully cut off the black king right now. You can never go up to d6, you can never go up to c6. And as long as Hans maintains that, it is a fortress in the position. Hans shuffles around with his king. The moment Nordebek's king tries to get to the other side to break that fortress, look at the way Hans handled it. He just waits. When the king gets there, he plants his rook in c8. You really don't have time to go to f6 because then a check would drive your king away. And pawn takes pawn is one way, but if you really want to play it safe, you just keep checking the black king as well. But simply taking the pawn on this move would have solved all problems here. After rook c8, with no f6 in the air, no breaks in the air, g5 as well, beautifully guarded there. Black can do nothing, but also just shuffle around. A small trap in the position where Hans needed to be careful. Now don't get your rook away because the black rook's ready to jump in with a check. And the moment you move your king, you found the tempo to promote the pawn. But of course, Hans Niemann, super alert at the right moment, is ready to fall back with his own king to g2. Now no ideas at all in the position. I just want to highlight another trick, Jovanka. What you don't want to do is place your king on f2. That's the one square you don't want it. It's a pattern that we've all learned, but important to show that now rook h1 works to perfection. Rook takes pawn, the only way to stop the pawn from queening, and there's a check on second rank that wins the rook. Hans Niemann knows his rook pawn endgames. He falls back with the king to g2. Nicely done there. And look at this. Nordebek really tried to break free. He does sacrifice a pawn. Pawn takes pawn, king g6, trying to get to f5, but that would weaken the f7 pawn. And after king h2, Nordebek realized that, you know what, the trolling, the rage baiting was done with g5 today. It's all done just the way he did it against Nepomniachtchi, this time against Hans Niemann, and just decides to repeat in this position. Offers a draw.
That's a very fair result there because the black king couldn't have crossed over. Because the rook takes f7, and suddenly you have to worry all about the
wrong
g
square.
pawn. Yeah, the rook has to go to c7, and then you have to worry about the g pawn, and you don't want to make it a wild endgame. So a very fair result there for Hans Niemann, Nordebek, Abdusattorov. And as we see them still analyze the game between Mukhadin and Vidit, they are still at deep analysis. I'm not sure they're actually recreating anything on the board. There's just simply analyzing in their head. But it's so nice, Tanya, to see players, even after a really long day of chess, that they still have enough energy to share their thoughts.
Wow, and what a game this one was. I want to just summarize the action that we saw with this battle between Madaminov and Vidit Gujarati. You know, the end was all tactical. We saw Vidit, not a single pawn. Madaminov had 6 extra pawns on the board and a bishop for a rook. But the fight started much before that, right? It starts, the opening was the slow game. You had the e4, you had a Roy Lopez, you had the Spanish opening, and it felt completely level. And then Vidit tried to murky the waters. He jumped in with his knight. Madaminov handled that to real perfection there. Vidit tried to get into a very complicated battle, but misevaluated that winning that exchange actually gives Madaminov an incredible bishop pair that was much stronger than the quantity of the pieces in the game. And then it was just a very controlled clinical performance, picking up pawn by pawn, combining it with ideas on the king side by Mukhadin, going for checkmating ideas, but also picking up material slowly and surely and making sure that Vidit's rooks never infiltrated and got active. Beautiful conversion there by the 19-year-old grandmaster from Uzbekistan. Very mature play.
And it was an important win because it did net him to the top of the standings, but it was one of 3 decisive results. Because today, as always, the fire came to the board and the players certainly delivered. So let's take a look at the results. As we see, it was a win in spectacular style between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi. What a finish there, and it's well worth playing through that final moment. And as we saw, Mukhadin Madaminov, he won against Vidit, and it was a nice comeback win for Vachier-Lagrave.
Two wins with the white pieces, one with the black pieces. It feels like the wins are coming in for the players who play white more than black here at UzChess. But with 3 games remaining, the chasers have to start getting up on the leaderboard. I also wanted to draw the attention to that Nepomniachtchi Arjun Aragaisi game. It started in a Karakan. Arjun Aragaisi came out all guns blazing with some spectacular preparation, but beautifully handled by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who first took it to safe, cautious waters, just made sure he had that extra pawn, stopped all counterplay, and in the end, it was tactics everywhere. And Jan Nepomniachtchi very precisely calculating his lines delivered the blowing finish and just checkmate on the board, forced Arjun to resign.
Yes, it was an elegant finish there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. But that takes us to our standings for today. As Tanya has mentioned, we now have a two-way tie at the top between Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Mukhadin Madaminov. And we just have one chaser, and that is going to be Nurbek Abdusattorov. And look at that, Tanya. Look at the number 4. We have Nurbek Abdusattorov playing against Mukhadin Madaminov.
Wow, you could not have written a better script for round 7. The two chasers face against each other, their destiny in their hands right now. They win it, they're going to be making a big case for that title run at the end of it. Vokhidov Shamsuddin will have something to say for that. He's been the player to watch out for after that second round loss, been unstoppable. 3 back-to-back wins. Today, a peaceful draw. He takes on the shock attack. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Vokhidov Shamsuddin will be another banger.
It definitely will be a banger. If there's anything that we have learned from the UzChess Cup, it is that every game is a fight, every game is a spectacle, and it's pure entertainment. Thank you very much, Tanya. That was super exciting. I loved those dramatic moments. And a big thank you to everyone at home for following along. It's been a blast. But we will see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. It's the final stretch. Goodbye.
Chess returns, bigger than ever. This autumn, Samarkand becomes the center of the chess world. From September 15th, the 46th FIDE Chess Olympiad begins. More than 1,800 players, one stage, one goal. Which nation will rise above the rest? Watch games live on UzChess and be part of the moment. Beyond borders, beyond time.
Congratulations on your win today. How was the game?
Thank you very much. The game was very hard for me because today it was an opening that I didn't expect, so I got a little bit terrible position. So it was very unpleasant position for me, and so it was very tricky to play. Because I just forgot my line because I didn't repeat it before the game. So in general, after the opening, I started defending. I was in a really hard defense. So I think I defended very well. No, so then I think he had practical chances to have some end game and to play their 100 moves. So, but he wanted to play with queens. So maybe it was a little bit mistake. So maybe it was better for him to go to end game and try some practical chances in the end game.
And I know one of the other games you like blitzed out a bunch of moves in the opening, and you're saying this time you were a bit surprised out of the opening. How do you know which lines to prep, and how big of a difference is it when you're playing when you know the line versus when you don't know it?
No, it's 100% better when you know, because no, it's not in general. It not depends on the moves. It depends on your self-confidence on yourself. When you know the whole situation, you have like control for position. So that's why it gives you more self-confidence, and you feel yourself more confident, and you can push more. and play for initiative. But when you don't know and when you don't know evaluation of position and when you don't know what's going on in the position, it's tricky. And also my opponent played very well in the when in the opening, so he got very good advantage. So in general, I missed his move e4, but maybe e4 is not only move which is giving advantage. So I played bad in opening. No, I didn't play bad. I just forgot my line, so that's why I got a little bit unpleasant position.
And I've seen a lot of games where the GMs kind of play some surprising lines, or they play some side lines just to, as you're saying, get the opponent out of prep, get them a little bit uncomfortable. How successful is that strategy, or how much do you try to learn these side lines in order to get your opponent out of prep?
No, it's nowadays it's very important to know sidelines, because now it's the openings are very popular, so there are so many chessable courses and there are so many grandmasters who are very good in theory. So that's why it's very important to repeat also sidelines, because nowadays sidelines are like main lines, because there is no like main lines. So that's why it's very important. But today, like, no, in general, I got like playable positions, so it was unpleasant, but I started defending, and so in the end my opponent blundered queen, and then I won. In general, maybe draw was like fair results.
And when you're, as you're saying, like, it's harder and harder to prepare for openings, or you need to prepare more and more. I've heard some things about people using like supercomputers and stuff like that. What's your experience with the supercomputer realm?
No, in general, yeah, using supercomputer is better than using a normal computer, but it's not a huge difference, you know. So that's why a supercomputer is maybe helping to find a new idea. But if you have an idea already, you have to just repeat it and play, you know. So many people have ideas, but they are often just forgetting their lines, and so that's why yeah, supercomputer is for sure is better, and also having more seconds, having like more that coaches in theory is very I think important nowadays. But in general, it doesn't decide everything, so you have to play in the game, and also everything is decided in the board. So that's why you have to have a balance between openings and between the game.
It seems so stressful to figure out what opening to play against which
Yeah,
person.
for sure. It's very stressful, because before the tournament you can like be confident, I can play that line, I can play that line, and everything is okay. But during the tournament, when you are playing in the super tournament against one of the strongest grandmasters, we are very scary. Yeah, oh, I can forget there. What if he will be ready there? So you will be scary. So that's why it's easy to say before the tournament, but during the tournament, during the process, you will be very scary, because and also playing against that guys is not so easy.
Yeah, I'm always so interested to see what openings you guys play and see like past games and sort of try to figure out myself, like, why did they play that line specifically against that person? I guess switching topics, we just finished round 5. How are you feeling so far about your tournament now that we've crossed the halfway point?
No, I got 5 result games, so I didn't have a draw. So everything is okay. I'm trying my best, so it's funny tournament, and also it's funny to play against the people who are really stronger than me. Yeah, they are very well prepared in each side of the game, so they are very well prepared. So I'm trying, and in general, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny, but and also I a little bit tired because every day I'm playing a lot, so I didn't have a quick draws and quick games, so that's why I have to play every game a lot. So it's a little bit unpleasant, but I'm trying. Yeah.
And I know there's no rest day, and you guys are heading right to Hong Kong after, so it's just back-to-back games. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're the only person in the Masters section who hasn't drawn. Do you think that's just coincidence, or do you think it has something to do with your play style?
No. Maybe I am the lowest rating of the tournament, so that's why they want to play with me. And it's going fight on the board, and who is beating whom, and that's why it's interesting. Yeah, maybe this is the main reason of this, is that I'm the lowest by rating, so that's why it's going fight on the board.
Oh wow! So you think your opponents don't want to draw against you? They're actively pushing.
Sure. Yeah, it's for sure, because they want to play. Maybe they don't want to win immediately, but they want to play, and so it's good. So they don't want to draw quick draws. So that's why every day I am fighting on the board.
Yeah. They want to keep their rating. That makes sense.
Yeah,
well, you have a plus score, so it's working out really well for you. And
yeah, I'll try.
well, thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
Hello, congratulations on your win today. How was the game?